I'm used to saying, everybody saying mine wrong, so I'll let you say yours.
It's Van Hinton Rick.
And Hinton Rick, that's cool. Okay, well, great. You're supposed to be our 9:10 appointment, but you're in already. So we're working out the kinks. Why don't we just start up with you? And you can tell us what you got. We've got hard copies of what your information was that you provided. And you can plead your case and we'll go from there. You've got a 10-minute period to do that. We probably, in most cases, will not make a decision while you're, in that 10-minute period. We've got to deliberate afterwards. So you'll hear within 2 weeks what that deliberation resulted in. So are there any questions?
No, other than
Okay.
It's a very nice background being on the, is that the porch of the
That's
Grand
the front
Hotel?
porch of Mackinac Island, yeah, on the Grand Hotel.
Didn't
Gotta
think
have
it
something sunny. Go ahead.
Okay. On December 11th, we purchased the property at 1925 Egret Point for $318,000. That set the market value, which is less than what the appraisal is for. Given the comps in the area, there's been a fair amount of units sold in that particular subdivision, and they're running, 305, as you can see from the comps, to one's pretty high, which I included, but I just did the most recent ones. The comps were just for the most recent ones. So I'm just stating the case that the market value of this unit was set by purchasing it on December 11th at $318,000.
Any questions from the board? Ron, Marianne?
Just requested, have you checked the field sheet on your property to make sure that everything that's on the field sheet, are you familiar with what the field sheet is?
I'm sorry, the field sheet?
Yeah, so with respect to what the record, what's on the record at the township in regards to your property. So you have a daylight basement, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and is that finished?
It is, as is a number of half the units that I used as comps have finished basements.
Okay.
Although not are all daylight, but
Right.
several of the units are also more square footage. We have the smaller of the two size units that are in the comp.
Okay, and you have 2 full baths?
Correct. Well, in the finished basement, there is a third bathroom.
A 3rd full bath downstairs.
Yep. Which again, several of the units in the comps have that as well.
Okay.
Right. Keith, what we're doing right now is the first opportunity you have to be adjusted as, in a direction possibly that you want to go is if there's an error in the field card. So what we're doing is we're establishing what's in the field card to make sure that you are already, you have what you have, basically. If you have something less, we'll add it. If you have something more, we'll go from there as well. So that's what Marianne is doing right now, is making sure that you're represented correctly on the card.
Very good.
Okay.
Those are the only questions that I have.
Okay. Ron, do you have anything?
I had nothing.
Okay. So now the comparables that were provided are all from Zillow. Is that where we got these?
Correct.
Okay. And it looks like their estimate and what things are selling for are 2 different things.
Oh, substantially.
Typical, but yeah.
It's not unusual for the Zillow estimate to go up and down on a weekly basis by thousands of dollars. So a Zillow estimate is just that, especially it's without appraisal, without anything else. That's why their sale prices is the most realistic measure of their values, what they sold for, what their
Right,
market
exactly.
value is.
All right. Is there anything else that you wanted us to know going into this, Keith?
No,
Okay.
just ask that the property be appraised at its market value.
You had, and that's based on the December 11th sale that you consummated at 318,
Correct.
and that was from the builder directly at that point. So it's for your first time occupant in the home, new home?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, it had been listed for approximately 330,000 for 2 years. So it's another good indication of, while it may have been appraised at that for, or I should say assessed at that value, what it sold for was significantly less.
Is this
All
your
right.
Keith, is this your primary residence? Do you live here full time?
We haven't made that decision yet. We have a home in where I'm at now in South Carolina. So we're trying to decide which one we're going to pick as our primary.
And are you aware of the homestead exemptions and what that means to you for purposes of taxes?
I am. I'm just trying to make that decision as to which one, or I should say my wife and I are trying to make that decision.
Okay. Because there's a reflection in here that it is not your principal residence currently.
Correct. We didn't make
Okay.
that decision at purchase.
Okay.
all right. All right, well, I think we've got everything in hand. Keith, we appreciate you spending the time today. We will look through the comparables and discuss this. And like I said, within a 2-week period, we will be back to you probably by mail. And you'll know what the decision was. Appreciate your efforts.
I appreciate your consideration.
And welcome to Genoa.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mary Ann, have you looked at the Zillow? I know you've got a pretty good hand on the market residentially. Are you familiar with the area? And this must be a condo development.
Yes, this is the one that Mitch Harris is building off of Genoa, off of Grand River.
Oh, okay, yes, very familiar with it then.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, and I'm looking at his sketch table here. It actually it references that there's 2 bedrooms and 2 full baths. So he indicated there was a full bath in the basement.
And the record card also indicates that there are 3 full baths in the house. If you look on the page 2 of the record card, it shows that under baths, there are three
Yeah.
fixture.
Yes,
So that's consistent with what he told us.
right.
is that price point that close, Mary Ann, where it was at 330 and stayed on the market for quite a period of time, and then they dropped it only 12 grand and all of a sudden it sold?
You know, much of it depends on the location in there, how close you are to 96.
Correct, yeah.
So his unit, and I have the overlay here, I'm just trying to figure out where his unit is.
Well, it looks like if I look at the photo there, my guess is that little chunk of gray down in the lower left-hand corner is 96.
Yes,
Because that's how that development is laid out, is right up to the freeway.
right.
So 2 doors in from the freeway.
Yep, so he's the orange one on this map that we're looking at. He's the
Right.
orange one, so he's like the second from the end. But I do see here where there was one on Egret that sold for, well, there's 2 that sold for what, 339 and 350, one for 339, and that's at 1909, which is an end unit, which is gonna get more money. And it's further up from 96.
Right.
Now that,
Then the one directly above that at 359.
what is
probably,
his square footage? Is his the smaller one? I think he said his was the smaller one.
It says on the card that his is
1,300 square feet, yeah.
Yeah.
So his is the smaller one, and I think the one that sold for 359 is the larger one of 1,520. And the other one that sold, well, that's a 19 sale for 339 is a larger unit too.
question for Laura. Laura, what, I guess, avenue do we have here with regard to this? But if it doesn't change the card, we could lower things for a year, but then they would go back up. Is that how this would work in this situation? Because you're basing things on your sales study. And I guess looking at the sales study all the way from 18 through now, there's only 2 sales that are higher than this. So how did we arrive at the 318, or well, in this case, it's higher than that, isn't it? Where are we at? What's our true cash value on this?
330, 332? No,
Okay,
333. I mean, yeah, 333.
Yeah, I have to use the 2-year sales study and it pushes it to market value. His is not in the sales study because his
So
fell out of, his will be go in for next year. And using his sale next year may bring them in line next year, but for this year, I have to use the sales study. I can't just simply adjust his. You guys would have to do that.
all right, given the comparables that are here and the data that we've seen, does anyone have a problem bringing it to 318 for this year, and then next year it can be relooked at when his sale hits the sales study?
no, I don't.
Ron?
No, I don't have any problem.
Okay. So Mary Ann, are you gonna take charge of writing down what we're changing things to and make your copies, I guess, could be the signed copies? Does that make sense?
I can do that. So 318, let's see. We will change that to show a 318, and then our description code would be 102? 102?
It's,
that right?
yeah, 102, market adjustment.
Okay, and
and
just,
what are we,
go ahead. Go ahead,
Ron,
Mary Ann.
do you have a case number for this then, Ron?
It's number 1.
Number 1. Okay,
All right, and just in case Keith is listening, Keith, what we've just done is we've lowered your assessment to the 318 true cash value that you requested. That'll only stick for a year, and next year it'll be reevaluated. But as Laura indicated, at that point, your particular unit will be in the sales study, and it's not saying that it's going to go down to that value or value, but it is saying that it will be considered in the mix. So that's where you stand right now. You'll be lowered to the 318 for this year. I'm going to go offline and talk to Lindsay about a couple of things, and I'll be back. If you need me, just
Okay.
yell.
Okay, so that changes it to the assessment to 159, is that right? I'm sorry, taxable is the 159.
you got your computer there, is that right?
Yeah.
So it goes to 159. Yes.
Just so you guys know, I corrected the sketch to reflect what the record card says.
Thanks, Jess.
You're welcome.
When you guys are ready, the next one, Lucy Marshall is on waiting.
Okay, I think when Chris gets, oh, there you are. Are you ready, Chris?
Give me a couple of minutes here. That meeting is scheduled for 9:30 and we're at 9:15 right now.
Okay,
So give me a couple of minutes. Thank you.
I'll be right back, just a minute.
All right, is everybody ready to go? Are we going to wait on Laura and Jessica?
Ready?
Are you ready for me to put them in?
Up to Laura and Jessica. They're the only ones that aren't on screen. There's
They're
Jess.
okay. They can just, they're just working in the background.
Okay, let's start up then. We've got John and Lucy Marshall. Let's see her on here yet.
She's on there.
Is she on?
She's still muted though.
Yeah, you can come. You guys looking for me?
Here we go.
I'm not sure who me is. Who's saying, are you looking?
Lucy
for me?
Marshall.
Yes. You're our appointment for 9:30, is that right, Lucy?
Correct.
Okay,
And my
Right.
husband, John Marshall is here as well.
Hey, guys.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see on my screen for some reason, I'm not seeing you guys, but I'm going to just talk to you anyhow. We're looking at this, your current assessed value, you're indicating is at 255. And what you're thinking is more in the 213 range, 213.5.
Excuse
And
me?
what we need you to do is just give us a rundown of what you've provided to us as evidence of that, or that should be changed.
I actually am not seeing that as what we're requesting. I see our assessed or SEV as 255, and you guys have assessed our taxable value at 213. But what we are requesting is that our SEV be 345,984.
If you look at the documentation that was provided, there's recent sales along the lake, on the lake that we're actually on, that are in that, one house is bigger than our square footage wise, newer build. And the sale price was 345,000, I believe. It's the, you can get the address, Lucy, what is it? 2688 Canfield Trail.
Okay, you've got a couple of things. You've got a petition at the beginning. Where are the comparables located? Are they back?
3 pages down.
There's a spreadsheet that we printed and sent to you guys.
Wish I did have here, but in the middle of the page, there's a green box and a small
Yep.
yellow box. Those are the comps.
Okay,
And those are houses. The first 2 were recent houses that were actually sold in the last 2 years on our lake. Our lake is a small lake off a Grand River, and we've only got about 30 houses here. It's kind of, we feel it's like kind of a unique little lake. It's a no motor, electric motor lake.
mhm.
So we did actually have 2 sales in the last couple of years. And the one that we kind of look at, the comp to look at would be the 2698, the second one listed. That's probably the nicest house on the lake. It's got 2857 square feet. It's a newer build than ours. Our house was you guys have it listed as 1950s, but Lake rumor has it as 1930s, 1940s. It was a little cottage, a little bit here, a little bit there kind of thing. And last year we totally remodeled it. But we didn't build a new house here. We took the existing footprint and made it safer and nicer. But when we look at the comps, that second one is probably the nicest house on the lake, and ours does not. Ours is not. So we've got a bigger house there with a finished basement that sold in 19. That one sold for $342,500. And right now we've got an SEV a tentative SEV of 512, which is out of whack. We couldn't get a listing. We couldn't get a realtor to list this for anything starting with a 5 or even a 4. That house there, if we put a price tag of 342, our house is not as nice as that. There's no way a reasonable buyer is going to pay anywhere near what we've been assessed. So that's kind of how we look at it. The other one, the first one listed is a 2668 Canfield. That is an older house. It's a smaller house. It's an A-frame. They bought it probably, they're going to redo it, whether they redo and sell or redo and live there. But that was an older house that is going through a major renovation right now. I put the third one on there, 6896. If I were to look around this lake and say which house is the most comparable, I think that would be the one that a realtor, we talked with a realtor and a tax appraiser as we were looking through all this. But that one is an older house that went through a substantial remodel, and it's assessed. I don't have sales values on that one, so it's got the total cash value of $294. So we're asking for a total cash value of somewhere closer to $350. When we do the averaging on the square footage, we come up with $345,984.
All right. One other thing we like to do to make sure that we've got everything correctly documented, because it will affect your assessment, is the field card that you no doubt looked at or have seen that indicates everything about your house. Have you looked at that and confirmed everything is as it's depicted in that field card?
What's the field card, Chris?
Field card is the card from Genoa Township that they do all of the calculations on. They show all of the amenities of the house. They indicate dates as far as when things were done. Like for instance, I'm looking at the front page. It tells me when you were connected to sewers. It tells me there was an addition made in April of last year. Gives me numbers, and essentially it goes through and talks about how many baths you have, how big the house is, if it is or isn't a walkout, those types of things. So those are the things that we like to have you look over to make sure that you've got everything correctly documented, because that can affect the assessment obviously as well.
When you use that term field card, I'm not familiar with that, but I was using all of the information from the Genoa Township website, from the assessor tax assessment portion and building portion of that website. I don't know, is that the information or is there a different? And that's what I used for my comps too. I was just on the Genoa Township website.
Right, Laura, Jessica, those are basically the synopsis of what's in the field card. Is that correct? What shows up online?
Yes, just make sure, did you look at the sketch that was also online?
Yes, I did look at the sketch. We do feel that there is a small discrepancy with square footage on some of the new square footage. Our remodel, we added 830 square feet to the existing structure. And it is shown on the sketch, and I think it's a little large on the sketch.
Is it
We've got-
inside, did you use inside measurements or outside?
We use the building plans and inside measurements.
Okay, we have to use outside measurements because we don't usually get into the buildings. By state law, we have to use outside measurements, so that's gonna be, you know, the extra 2x4. So if it was, you know, 1 or 2 feet off, that's usually, I don't know how many feet off that you're saying we were.
The one dimension as on our plans and what we're measuring is 21.8 feet. It's a room that's 21 by 8 by 28. Yes, and you guys have it listed on the sketch as 23 feet by 28. So it's the difference between 21.8 to 23, and it's a difference of about 68 square feet. And that is in the paperwork submitted, even in the green box on the comp, I've got it as per Genoa Township and then what we have.
Okay, the only solace you can take in this is that each home is measured in the same way. So the homes that you're being compared with, they're using the same method. So I guess what I'm saying is they're comparing it based on the same apples to apples square footage that they're taking from the outside measurements of other buildings.
Okay.
Does that
And
make
that's
sense?
fine.
And that's why we tried to break it down per price per square foot on our comparables there.
Right, right. And they're going to be the same way because if you're pulling the square footage there, it's what shows on the field cards.
Okay. So
All right.
yeah, other than that, I don't think there's any discrepancies. 2 bedrooms or 2 baths, not a walkout. We're on a slab. So I think other than the square footage, we're on the same page.
So, Mr. and Mrs. Marshall, this is Mary Ann McCree. I had a little bit of noise in the background that was distracting my ability to hear what you said earlier. So your document you submitted that shows the taxable assessed values on Grand Beach Lake. I heard you say something like one of these is most similar to my house. Can you just repeat that for me?
Sure. Looking at the document, the one, if we were just to pluck out of the air, the one most similar, it would be the third one called a similar remodel. It's 6896 Mahinsky.
Okay, so that's actually under similar model 6896. So you're saying that this one is the most similar to your home, is that correct?
Yeah.
Right. And your reference to the recent sales, you made a reference to the recent sales. What was that reference?
The 2 above are the only 2 that have been sold recently.
Okay.
The second one I would probably draw your attention to as being the most comparable to our home because of its size.
Okay.
Actually larger than our home, Mary Ann.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Actually larger than our home.
Okay.
It's 2850 square feet roughly.
Yes.
And you can see it sold for 342,500.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I apologize for you having to repeat that. I was just having difficulty hearing.
All right, it's the world we live in these days, right?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
All right, so this is where we're at. We will come to a decision on what we're going to do or not do with the assessment. You should get notification within the next couple of weeks of that decision. We don't do it because we have other appointments coming up directly. So we can't do it right as we're working through these. But we appreciate all the effort that you put in as far as the comparables and those types of things, and everything will be considered. And we'll take it from there. Do you have any other questions?
Lucy?
No, I think that's, that does it. That one
Okay, very good.
front page is really where our emphasis is.
All right, so we'll let you go on this now, and we'll take a look through it, and like I said, we'll discuss it and come to a decision that you will receive by mail within a couple of weeks.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Laura,
Yep,
were you out there to look at this after the remodeling was done?
yes.
Okay,
yeah.
it must have been substantial.
It was like almost, they said 800. Yeah, without looking at the old sketch to the new sketch, I'm not sure exactly how much, but I'll give them, I'll split the difference with them with the 21 and the 23, and I'm trying to rework that right now for you.
Okay.
To see how that comes up.
And that was is that 2-story or correct?
It's a two-story area,
2-story on a slab.
right?
Okay,
But the what they had discrepancy with was the two-story area.
right.
And because we go nearest to the foot, if it's, I can round down and go down to 22. She said 21 point something by 28. And I was coming up with 23. So we'll split it. A foot's not going to hurt us one way or another.
What does that do to the SEV? What?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably not much. But I'm gonna have to reconfigure it, print it out, rework it, and then I can get it back to you guys.
Okay, so the big jump there in the building value was in the fact that they remodeled the thing from the ground up.
Correct. And they put a big addition on.
Yeah,
And I don't think they were contesting any of that. I think they kind of understood, other than it was, I was going to ask and I forgot, most similar comparable was only at 1,700 feet. They're at almost 2,700, 2,612. So in looking at that, it actually does support things because the smaller house is going to sell for a higher price per square foot typically. So it lends support that way, but I think, if we look at this and use the comparables that are here, they are over top of what everything else is. And is that to do with condition, Laura, and lack of depreciation because they brought everything up to new?
Well, I would
relatively new?
like to say that, but they're still at the 50%. Yeah, Jessica and I looked at this when they came in to see if we could do anything for them beforehand. We've got them at a C class. We've got it at a 50% depreciation because there is no basement. And the value, it was already too high and we couldn't justify bringing their depreciation into level because that would have been like almost $700,000 for the house. And we knew that there's no way, but there was nothing physically we could do. So we kind of were hoping that they would come in and so that you guys could get them at least down to where they should be, because there was nothing more physical that we could do to the property.
yeah. Because if I look at the one that they show there, that's the closest size to theirs, it's a little bit larger than theirs, but it has a basement, and it's currently in at 443. with $150 a square foot or thereabouts.
Did anybody look at the sales, my sales sheet?
That's what I'm looking at right now, Laura.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring you guys a sketch of what the house looked like before the addition. So if you want to compare the two, I'm coming right now.
Yeah, the largest comparable you've got on there, Laura, oh, she left. Well, what I was gonna say is, the largest comparable that you've got on there, which is 29 or 2,800 square feet, sold in, at the beginning of 19, is that about just under $1.20 a square foot. If we go to the high end of this price range, which is $435, and we look at the price per square foot there, we're looking at $182 a square foot. We exceed both of those with the building we're looking at right now. That's at 195. Where I would think that we'd be somewhere in between those two based on, again, we're looking at a sales study. So in looking at the sales study, that's what we have to use.
Right.
So I guess from my standpoint, can you explain or expand on how we ended up at, and if we are in effect at 195 for the one that's in front of us right now?
No, and truly, we go by, our square footage, what we have to use as our square footage once we go out there and go out there and measure it, and the rates, and then the ECF, which is the market. So no, we don't look at individual square footages like that. That's not how we do it. So, I don't look at that and go, oh, that's 195 square foot for that one house. We're not looking at individual houses. That's what you guys do. So no, I can't explain why it came in at 195 other than that's what the
Marshall added it up, you depreciated it, and that's where we end up.
and we put the market value on it, and that's where we at. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an uphill battle. Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts, Ron, or go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can make these few changes and bring it into you and.
Okay, and why don't we see where we're at with that, and then Ron and Mary Ann, do you have any input on what we're talking about here?
No, I'm just, like I say, I was looking at that huge jump in numbers. That part I understand. But the idea of them being quite a ways out of line with the rest of the square footage values, which is what we do look at. I'm not quite sure I would understand why that one, given the space and given the size of the house and the upgrades and everything on it, I'm stunned at the 195, shall we say. I can't quite get my mind wrapped around that one. Since nothing in the neighborhood comes very close to even 160. Well, I guess the last one does.
Laura,
I'm being quick on that one.
with regard to the sales study, tell me again how that affects what's going on, because you're basically using Marshall to cost things out, and you've got a brand new structure, so you've got a bunch of new stuff that you had to put in. And then you depreciate that. So where does this sales study come in from a standpoint?
The sales study comes in at the end where we apply an ECF, which the sales tell us what the market's going for in those neighborhoods. So that we apply, so it could bring whatever the cost is. If the cost is high for Marshall Swift, then usually applying the ECF will bring it in line of where things are selling for. But it's really hard to do when you're in a neighborhood that you have a bunch of old cottages and these people are coming in and they're redoing stuff. So the ECFs are so skewed over there that it's hard to get a number that's good for both of them.
Okay, and they're looking for what?
Well, they're looking for.
How many square feet do they think they have? Did they say?
It says here 2612.
Right.
Okay, and with making that 1 foot change, I got it right at 26.
And they say that when they calculated, of course, they're using the blueprints, the inside measures, they're saying 2,544 square feet, which is, 100 square feet smaller.
Okay,
The,
I got 2584 with the changes.
With the changes?
Mhm. Square feet for them.
that's pretty close to what they think. 2,544 is theirs. You're off by 40 feet. That's probably difference in the measurement pieces.
Listen, I'm looking at the recent sales. The only one that's a recent sale that's similar in square footage has a full basement. And that's the one that's the highest sale in there. And there, yes.
Yeah, see, they're saying that they think that they ought to be at 355 roughly. And I know how they're backing into that. They're backing into that off the square footage times dollars per square foot.
So in that green box on that spreadsheet that they put together, they're indicating that Genoa Township was at 2612 square feet. That wasn't their calc. Their calc was more 2444 or 2544.
They took the 2612 off of the website.
So with the changes, making of all the changes that you guys wanted me to make, I can get the true cash value to 476.4. That's as low as I can do with physical stuff.
Okay.
476, 400.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's still even higher than the highest dollar per square foot.
Oh, yeah. That's at 182 bucks.
Yeah.
It brings them closer to, however, the other one in the neighborhood that is of similar size, but the other one that is of similar size also has a basement.
Right.
So,
Well, shoot.
Mary Ann, did you figure out how many, what per square foot that works out to for them if we brought them to the 476?
That's $184 a square foot.
Still very high compared to the rest of the neighborhood.
Yeah. And without a
Provided
basement.
the rest of these things are accurate too. I mean, we have to assume that they are. We're comparing some apples to apples. But in doing what has been done so far, Laura was able to bring it down 10 bucks, almost 11 bucks a square foot from what their initial calculation was. Well, do you want to put it on the back burner and talk about it again a little bit more this afternoon rather than make a decision now, or does someone have a strong feeling about what we have going on?
Are we going to know more later in the day?
Yeah, I would agree to that. Let's put it
Okay.
on the back burner for the moment.
I have
Let's
your
table
10
it. We'll table it till this afternoon.
I have your 10 o'clock waiting.
Thank you.
All right, give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
All right, is everybody ready?
Everybody's ready.
Okay,
All right,
you guys ready for Tammy Schneider?
yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Tammy, can you hear us?
She's on
You're
mute.
muted, I think, Tammy. Tammy, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was muted.
All right, great. We have the packet in front of us from you. If you'd like to go through the data that you supplied us with, that'd be a great place to start.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so we, as you can see, just purchased the property in December. And the SEV that was given to us, I feel is pretty high considering the condition of the home. Just to kind of give just a little bit of background, when we purchased the home, we did not have to have an appraisal because we put enough of a down payment that the bank did not require one. Being a licensed realtor, I'm going to be honest with you, I did not think it was going to appraise for value. We bought the house, paid too much for it because of the lack of inventory, as I know you're all aware. My neighbors their SEVs are quite a bit lower. And I really feel that the true market value on the house, had there been any competition, would have been 500 maximum. Unfortunately, we were pretty much homeless and had no option but to pay today's rate. I also, if I can just say one more thing, question the square footage. I'm not really sure if it's accurate, and that would be a question that you can answer for me. I'm not sure how the basement addition should have been handled.
Okay. Do you have or have you looked at the field card that is used for the assessment purposes of your property?
I have.
Okay. Is there anything on that field card? You brought up the square footage, and we can work through that. Is there anything else on there that you believe is missing or that is on there in error?
Yes, it states that it was updated in 2018, and that is not accurate. I'm not sure where the information came from other than possibly the MLS ticket. The only upgrades that have been done to the house at that time when the newer people purchased the home is they did replace bathroom faucets. But we have everything else as original: roof, windows, kitchen, bathrooms, even the carpet is from the 90s.
Okay, Laura, from a standpoint of depreciation, can that help us out at all? Tammy, just so you know, Laura is looking at things right now on her screen, so.
Okay.
We have it depreciated for an effective age of 20 years. We've got the year built as 1996. Right. So that's 24 years. So we have an effective age of 20 years. So usually the first few years, it doesn't depreciate.
Right. Okay, and the other thing, Tammy, was the square footage you had a question on?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the house is a ranch. The main living space is just under 2,800 square feet. I think it was like 2,797, something like that, if my memory is correct. The original owners built a room off of the basement. It's basically a hot tub room. And that square footage was added to the square footage of the house. So technically it is above grade, but it's on the lower level. So it's really part of the basement. There is an exterior door that connects the room from the rest of the basement. There is no access to it from the main part of the house.
Laura, can you speak to how that was handled in the drawing?
We have it as a 1-story on a slab. What are you using that room for?
Nothing. It has a 1990 hot tub in it right now that is inoperable. So it's, there isn't even central heat in there. It does have a wall unit, like an electric space heater. But it's for all intents and purposes, it's kind of like a glorified, I guess, Florida room. Eventually, maybe we'll, do something with it with a hot tub, but it's not really part of the main house.
That's access from the basement.
Access from the basement.
We can change that to a glass enclosed porch.
And does that show on the sketch of the
Yeah,
document that we?
it's that 252 square foot.
Okay,
I believe that was added on like a year or two after they built the house.
That's the only reason it's that great is because you have a walkout?
Correct.
Okay. All right. We're gonna let Laura work her magic and see where we come up with.
And I did provide some comps to you. I know I provided a lot of information. But I think based upon square footage, even at the higher square footage, in the comps, even taking out of the scenario, the dated condition of the house, I really do believe that 500,000 would be truer market value.
and what did you pay for it?
We paid 534. To kind of give an example, my neighbor also has a ranch, same size with the walkout, a few doors down. His SEV is 245. And a lot of the homes in this neighborhood are at that point or lower. I've been kind of going through them. I haven't really seen any higher than that.
Do you know how long your neighbor has lived in that house that you're referring to?
I've got it pulled up here. Let me take a look. They bought it in '02, but I am referring to the SEV, not the taxable.
Right.
That was my next question. Sometimes we get mixed up in the semantics.
Yeah, no, but it was the true SEV. That address is 5084 if you want to look at it.
They're at 245?
They're at 245.
And Laura, what did that do to our SEV by changing that room to a glass room? She's still looking.
It's okay.
I can't do that while
You're on mute. Laura, you're on
I
mute.
brought it to 544,169 as a true market value.
Okay. Yeah.
And that was also changing a little bit of the class too.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
I changed a little, I took the class from a B to a B-5.
Okay, and with all of the adjustments that you made, you came to an SEV of, or a, $272,085,085. right direction. All right, well, there's a lot of information here to consider, Tammy.
Okay.
So we're probably not gonna make a decision right now as it stands. We talk about these various times during the day when we have some open space. So that's what we'll do with this one. Once we make a decision, you'll be notified within the next couple of weeks by mail what that decision is. So, you know, understanding all of that, is there anything else that you wanted to share with us before we let you go?
So I think really just to not repeat myself, I think condition is probably the biggest thing right now. As I stated in my letter, this home had been on the market for at least twice as long as homes typically are on the market in this area, especially in this market condition. We were the third purchaser. 2 other deals fell apart because of inspection issues. There are rodents in the attic. The windows need to be replaced. The roof needs to be replaced. So there's a lot of money to be put in the house. And I just feel like that should hopefully play part of, play something into the decision based upon the value. I understand market value is what a willing and able person is willing to pay for the property, which again, because there were no ranches for sale, we paid what we did. But the fact that it was on the market for so long and it's a ranch on an acre in a great community really kind of tells you a lot about the house. Now, eventually we'll fix it all up, but it's not there yet.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for all your help today with all of the things that were included in the package. That'll be helpful for us to get through. And like I say, we'll be back to you within a couple of weeks by mail to let you know what has been decided.
All right. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Tammy.
Bye.
All right, there's a lot of stuff in this one. You guys want to read through it and see what's going on since we don't have any appointments until this afternoon now? Our next appointment is at 1:20.
Okay,
Okay,
So I'm looking at the history in real comp on this.
mhm.
I just want to confirm a couple of details that the applicant Tammy had discussed. So there's a walkout basement that's finished. I see where there's like
oh, that's on a slab, isn't it?
what's that?
You said it was on a slab, didn't she?
No, not this one. That was the previous one.
I
Okay,
think
one's
she
got a
said
walkout
something about, I
basement.
think she said something about the hot tub room was on a slab, but I see where
Right.
there's like
Agreed.
oh,
a,
you're right, because the hot tub room was accessed, yeah, you're
I
right.
see where, yeah, I see where there's a glass door wall that's going from, it looks like the basement, lower level basement. In the spa room, there's actually there is access. Looks like there's a door wall that goes outside there.
That's what she said. There was right now, there's no
Yes.
access from the basement. only
No,
access-
there is access from the basement into it and then outside of it. I can see regards to the hot tub room.
Yeah,
But it looks like there's a door wall that goes outside.
yeah, but how about from the basement to the hot tub room?
There's access on both portions. So there's a rec room and I can actually share these pictures with you. I'm happy to share them with you. But I'm looking at the data that's provided in RealComp, which is our MLS service.
Okay,
This is a full brick house, I think, too.
looks like it from the picture.
Yep. Yep. Let me get up and share this with you. When's our next appointment? We don't have any appointments until,
1:20.
okay. I will come and find you and share this with you.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right. So here's the house, right? And she is correct in terms of, yes, it's dated. Here's the master bedroom, and you can see
Yeah,
outside. Here is the downstairs that's finished.
Yep.
This has got to be right here, right? Here's the pool room. Here's the pool room. Here's the windows. Here's the glass sliding door. And then here's that room. That's a tile floor. And this is, I don't know if that's I mean, to me, that looks like a door wall.
it is. And she said that there was access from the outside. And that's what that wall is.
See, I thought she said there was only access inside. There was no access outside.
No, she said there was access outside, but what I was thinking was that she said they had put a door into that room from the inside, that it was environmentally sealed off from the basement, which my brother did to his house too. It keeps the moisture out of the house.
Yes, right.
So I don't know. But I don't think that's a big deal.
No,
I
it's
mean, if
just,
they want to cut a hole in the wall,
it was just in changing, it was in Laura changing the description of
Yeah.
whatever it is
but I don't.
for the Marshall and Fields.
Yeah, I'm not going to get hung up on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it says to walk out, you know.
where's the sheet for what they're requesting? Do you have that sheet?
Which one is this?
The one that they're requesting, yes, this one. So.
She
they're-
wants it at 500. It's currently they've got it at what, 30 or something.
Where is it? Where are they
No,
currently?
they've got it currently at 560. 568.
Okay.
Looking for some moral support.
Right. It is a-
Which is 30K above what they paid for it, which
Yeah.
she thinks was more than it should have been
Yeah,
because they were being
no, I think
pushed.
that's market value. 530 is market value
Yeah.
all day long.
But I mean, okay, they bought it in December for 534.
What's
I
the-
don't, I mean,
Where's the taxable value?
same because they just bought it. Taxable and assessed are the same
Yeah,
because they just bought it.
and she wants us to go to 5. Okay.
You know, without going through the stack of comps, I don't have a good feel for other than what the sales study showed. The sales study didn't show but only 3 properties.
There's limited inventory. I mean, it's like sales, I would say what they paid for it is market value. I can say that,
Yeah,
especially for range.
well, you know, I mean, what can I say? There's I looked at it's a very small sales. There it is.
Yeah.
3 properties.
Yeah. Yep.
So they're all similar.
Yep.
They're all within 300 square feet of each other. Land value is the same because they're in a,
And this is the one here? Yeah, and they're bigger than the other two.
they're slightly larger than the
Yeah.
other 2.
And I think this one, as I recall, is like a 2-story. So your values are gonna be a little bit less within those.
Yeah, but I mean, even, you know, just looking at, okay, they are the biggest. They are the most recent sale. The others were all 2 years ago.
And the market's changed significantly
And,
since 2 years.
So I don't know that if we can manipulate it through the Laura's magic. I'd rather do it that way.
Okay.
All right, so where are we at? Which ones do we want to talk about right now? Since we've got a few minutes, we got all the way until after lunchtime now, so we can probably deliberate and get these other ones done that we've been looking at. That makes sense?
Sure.
Okay. We have resolution on the first one with Keith and Hendrick. We're going to take him down to where he, basically down to his market or his purchase price as far as true cash value. Is that what we decided?
Yes.
And then we can let Laura include his sale in the sales study next year and see where it comes out. So that one I think we're good with. The second one, the Marshalls, that was the little small, or it was the lakefront that was a small lakefront, and they added quite a bit to it. And their assessment went up considerably. Based on that size, it makes some sense. What do we have as far as thoughts on that one?
The only thing that I wanted to mention on that one is they have 100 foot of frontage on the water, which is more frontage than, any of
About
the,
double what most properties,
they're mostly like 50 foot of frontage.
right?
So they've got twice that.
Now that lake, how does that affect value, Mary Ann? Because I mean.
It's not an all sports lake,
Exactly.
but
So it limits the comparables that are in the sales study.
it gives you the opportunity to have as they had done, they put an addition on because they had the room, right? Nobody else that in regards to that, if you're wanting to make a bigger home or extend your boundaries for your house, they're limited based on the frontage, the width of their properties.
Yeah, they look like they've pretty well utilized most of the lot as well. The only one that's bigger is the one next to them, which is has got a lot more room.
Right.
On the other hand, the downside of that is that they're backing up to a manufactured home park,
Right.
which is the downsize. Looks like they've got I can't tell there's a berm there or not, but it does
Looks
look
like a pretty good buffer of trees, though.
yeah. Now, it's interesting because if you look on that other side of the road back up a little ways, it looks like somebody's put a shed in the parking place on that side of the road. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
That tends to happen on lakefronts because you run out of space, like Mary Ann was saying.
Yeah. So anyway,
So Laura changed this one a little bit. She changed the square footage, I believe. And there's something else she was changing. I think she changed the classification maybe. So we have to understand where we're at now from an assessment standpoint to decide, if we're going to make an adjustment any further.
so with her changes, what would the new numbers be?
That's what is Laura around or?
She is, she's just. stepped
She's
away
in
from her
another
desk.
meeting. She's in
Yeah.
another meeting.
Okay, so Jess,
What
if you
are-
look at that, can you look at that card?
Yes. What address are we looking at?
This is Marshall's, let's see here.
6754 Grand Beach.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Proceed with your questions, please.
Okay, Laura was playing around and adjusting it. Does it reflect that where you're at right now? She had,
She was playing around with the changes. Nothing's been made. I can get her notes. Hold on one second.
But essentially, they added 1,000 square feet to this thing. They went from the old one was 1656. The new one is 2612. According to the chart that Jessica brought in a minute ago, or a while ago, of the old drawing. So they did a bunch. They added the second floor at least.
That was that 21 by
21 by 28 roughly.
28, yeah.
That was
Yeah.
a two-story addition.
But that can't make
Laura's
up.
back. Hi, Laura.
That's only 400 square feet. They had to have something else to add to make it up to it. I mean, that's only 400 or 500 square feet. And the size went up by 1,000 square feet. Or roughly. Like I say, it went from 1656 to 2612.
All right, guys, so with the changes that Laura and you guys discussed, we have a true cash value of 476,400, which puts the SEV at 238,200, but no change in the taxable value, so it will stay at 213,591.
Okay, and she was looking for,
And she was looking for a 345 as the true cash value, so we're off by 150, or we're apart by $150,000.
If I remember correctly, this was on our side, all the physical changes that we could make. Beyond that, we can't do anything else.
right. I guess the question then comes down to, if she put that house on the market, could she sell it for anything close to that? Well, depend on our local real estate expert to give me some help in that area.
Well, that's what they're at $2,800. That was, what did I say? That was at 185 a square foot with on a slab, right?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
on a slab.
And a no motor lake.
Yep.
I think that's pushing the market.
You think that the 470 is still above that where you could sell a house like that?
I think that's still pushing the market. I could see like a 420 to 450, but Ron, I'm sorry, Ron, you said something about there was a discrepancy of, you saw 1,000 square foot added?
Yeah, Jessica brought us in the sketch of the house before they did the remodel. And on that sketch, it shows that it had a 1,656 square foot size. And on the new one, it says they have a 2,600 square foot size. So that's 1,000 foot increase. Now I can account for half of that with the second story there, but there's got to be something else.
So
That value.
where are we missing square footage here?
I have no idea. Let me look and see if I can figure out from the sketch. Hold on a second. Let me find the sketch. Okay. Okay, the only change that I see on the new sketch versus the old one as far as the living area. Wait a minute, let me see here.
Strictly going by square footage, the original building was 1,656 living area. And they're up over 2,600 now, so they're close, like you said, close to 1,000 feet.
So are we using the addition that they put on?
That's about 500 square feet. If we, just in round numbers.
Oh,
And,
it's 2 stories though.
But yeah,
well, that's what I mean, but the additional square footage is about 500 square feet on the second floor, according to that. That's 21 by 28, so 20
I
by
have
20.
the original sketch of their house,
I'm sorry?
the original sketch of their home.
Yeah,
Before the addition was made,
yeah,
indicates that it was 1,656 square feet.
right.
correct.
Okay, and now we're saying it's worth, or it's, how big? 26?
2612.
So it's almost 1,000 square feet. That was
Right.
in- And it's all brand spanking new, and they renovated what was there. So the thing that's hitting Laura is the fact that you've got all this new construction, you've got additional space that's brand spanking new, and you brought other things up to snuff as well. You depreciate, or you diminished your depreciation on the property because it's up to, so that's where all that got pushed in their calculations on Marshall Swift.
But I think still Ron and I are still looking at, they're saying that their house is 2,612 square feet, correct?
Well,
That's
they
what-
actually were saying it was 2544, I think is what they came up with on their sheet.
Okay, that's still almost 1,000 square feet up higher than the original drawing.
Right, they came up with 2544, it's the little green box in the middle of the page that they did the spreadsheet on.
Right.
So,
So their addition was only 500.
Yeah, so what they've done is somewhere on that first floor, they've also added some space. And if I look at the 2 drawings, it looks like I can't tell where they put that space.
Has Laura been out there, or Duffy? Is that right? Have they been out there?
Laura and I have gone out there, yes, and we measured. We were out there 7/14 of 2020 after the addition was finalized to measure and get final pictures and all that good stuff.
So go ahead.
Just for clarification's sake, that I believe the 2612 that you guys are talking about, that would be the square footage that we had prior to any conversations. The corrected square footage on our end would be 2584. So pretty close to their 2544, I believe they're saying.
right, which is about 800 square foot more.
Yeah.
That they've built, so.
And we can account for 500 of that in the second story for thereabouts. And so somewhere in the first story, they had to make some additional.
Well, and what I'm gonna say is that Jessica and Laura were out there, measured this. They came up with a number similar to what the applicant has. So I
Right,
don't think we have to worry about where it's at.
okay.
No.
We just have to
I don't
worry
think
about
so.
the fact that it's been added. And what does it do to affect the SEV?
I'll go along with that. All we know is that it increased by a certain amount and it's close to what they think they've got. So that part of it seems to be settled.
Well, earlier, Mary Ann, we were talking about 420 to 450 being market or a feel for market in that area. Does anyone have a problem with 435?
No,
No, I'd go for that.
Okay, let's do that. To give them some relief, it gives them another year under their belts, some more sales into the study, hopefully. And otherwise, we'll see them again next year, which is, they're right,
Okay.
obviously. So, okay,
yep.
so
So
that
that
one's,
is 217.5 then that puts it at.
so it's pretty close to where they were trying to get to, I think, isn't it?
No, they wanted to get it down to like,
Oh, they want to get
Oh.
down to 3. Well, that's not within our purview.
give me the number again, Mary Ann, please.
217.5.
Okay.
Okay.
And that will
And again, that's a market adjustment for 102.
Yes, that's correct.
Does it change the taxable as well, or is it just the SEV?
Yes.
If you
Well,
take the SE, it will not. The tax bill will stay at 213,591, correct?
Okay.
All right, tell me when everyone's ready for the last one for Tammy Schneider.
Set on my side.
Okay.
I can't remember if Laura made any movement on the Schneider property. This was the one with the glass porch. Is that what, or the hot tub room?
Right.
She was going to change it to a glassed-in room or four-season room or something. She was going to change it to that. Other than that, I didn't hear.
So we'll have to see where that brings us to, but I think what we have is, as the applicant described, a classic example of they needed a house.
Yeah.
And market value is willing participants, both being knowledgeable. And because she was a realtor, she was knowledgeable, but she's also knowledgeable that she was probably paying more than she needed to. So
Admitted to that.
she
She
did
said
that on
she
her
needed to
own.
live.
And the unfortunate thing is that becomes record or part of the record with regard to the sales study, because we have a sales verification form that indicates they paid $534,000 for it.
Right.
Right.
So while that probably isn't market, we don't know that. We can look at the comparables some more and dig through it a little bit. But from what Laura has in there and has changed, we got to see where we're at currently. And that'd be a hard change because she's changing it in the spreadsheet itself, or the field sheet itself. So Jessica, where are we?
Yeah, I think you guys talked about changing that 1 story and a slab to a wood glass enclosed porch.
Right.
That would, let me get Laura's notes and see what she came up with. If not, I can work through it and figure out what the change would be. Hold on one moment,
you.
guys. Yep.
Yeah, she made the comment that, limited inventory on the market at the time they took what they could get.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, and the fact that they put down an awful lot of money. I don't know. I would always safeguard that with an appraisal, but there's a reason I would do that.
Well, it was one of those kinds of things. I think they were anxious to get it before somebody else snapped it up, from the sounds of the conversation.
Well, it was on the market for quite a while, given the market conditions. So, Laura, well, that was interesting. You were standing up and all of a sudden you jumped and you were in your seat.
She's magic. Well, I guess my question would be, and I'll go back to my real estate friends here. if that house were on the market today for $535,000, would it go for that?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, they bought it a few months ago for that. One would assume that it's not depreciated a whole lot in 3 months or 2 months.
Not at all.
Would you be led to believe then, Mary Ann, that that wasn't a distressed sale or a,
No, that's a
Wow.
condition of the market with limited inventory, especially in the month of December. There was less on the market in December and November than there was, when after the pandemic allowed us to go back to work. So,
so where did we end up, Jess?
Yes, sir.
Where did we end up with true cash value and SEV for that, with those adjustments made?
It looks like with some physical changes made, a true cash value of 544,170, which in her case gives an SEV and a taxable value of 272,085.
Okay, so just
Yes.
slightly different.
And that's very close to what she paid for it. So, that's,
About 10 grand off, it looks like.
so can you repeat those numbers again, Jess?
Sure. SEV and taxable would be 272,085.
Okay.
For a true cash value of 544.
Correct, 170, yes.
Those are hard changes to the system at this point.
Correct. It's changing that one story on a slab into a wood glass enclosed porch to account for the fact that it has no heat. And I believe we did a class change to account for the depreciation. I gave you guys a copy of her sales verification form indicating that it did indeed need new roof and new windows. So we put a -5 on her class B home to account for that.
okay, so we've done about all we can do for this property. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's not far off from what they paid for it. So I'm okay with leaving it where it is.
Where it is, changing it to what we just depreciated it,
Where the new numbers come out.
right?
Which would be 272,085.
Correct.
That is correct, Marianne.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that as well.
Okay,
Okay.
sold.
All right, so that's everything that we were working on this morning.
All right.
I've got letter appeals. And we don't have, everybody doesn't have copies of those, do they, Jess?
Nope,
Yeah.
you all have copies of all the
Hang on
letter.
Let me fill out the form and then I'll be with you.
Okay. The only thing that only one person has copy of, which I believe is Ron, would be the poverties and the disabled veterans.
So the letters, we can go through those individually.
Yep, you each have a copy of all those. And they should be in order, so everybody has the same order.
Looks like we got 6 of them.
That sounds correct.
Okay,
Okay, I'm set.
ready to go, Ron?
Yeah,
Okay, the first one is in an envelope, so it must have quite a bit of stuff. Let's see what the name is on this. All right, last name is Anthony. Does everybody have that one?
Yes.
got it.
All right, he's got an appraised value at $495,000. And we have him assessed at a true cash value of 581. So let's see. Oh, we have an appraisal. Everyone wants to take time to look at the appraisal. Let's do that.
Got a handle on it?
Yep. Not our first rodeo.
You know, I was thinking is for the lunch, we could go down and close ourselves in the boardroom and have plenty of space.
Comparable number 9 in this appraisal is the house we just looked at.
Is it what?
The house we just looked at, comparable number 9 in this appraisal.
Okay.
Is that, Laura, on this document, the first one that we have, there's no signature on this. Are they supposed to be signing this?
Sorry, what are you looking at?
On the petition to the board for review, there's
For a poverty or a letter appeal?
No,
Letter
it's
appeal.
letter appeal.
Do you have the letter that's signed? Is the letter that they sent attached to it signed?
all I have is an email. There's nothing signed. It's just an email.
Okay, let me come look at it. Hang on a minute.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
Because normally for the appeals, we would accept an email appeal, and this, they're not gonna, so we've done it before.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, make
Yeah.
sure.
I think it's.
Not missing a,
I don't have an issue with it.
okay. Perfect, thank you.
So their sole argument is that they have this appraisal and that we ought to bring it down to the appraisal. There's no other information as to why the assessor's estimate is wrong. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, but the thing is, Ron, you've got 9 comparables that were compared and contrasted with the subject property.
Yeah, no,
So-
I'm aware of that. I
Yeah.
was just going to make sure we didn't have any other information from the taxpayer.
I think you get a little bit more compelling argument that way.
So this house is only 2 years old. So was it fully assessed last year?
Looks like it was assessed all the way back in 19.
Fully assessed?
We haven't gone up an awful lot. Gone up $9,000 in 2 years. It must have been finished in 19. See what it says here.
In 19, we did them we did them down. In 20, it went back more or less. It went up by the normal uplift, and it looks like in 21 it goes up by about the same thing.
Yeah, and it's saying it was built in 18, so that makes sense. You've got 19's assessment, which we tempered. They went through last year, going back up to the 290 or 284. And what was that?
But their capping point started at the 255 that we set in 2019. So they're capped. It looks like they're increasing by very small increments. They've got a wetland factor involved. Actually, his counts are all nicely clustered.
And as far as we know, everything on this is accurate with regard to the assessment card. There was nothing that was, hey, Jess? Oh, looks like she's on the phone. So where he wants to bring this to is 263,482, which is half of what his appraisal is. Is that correct?
He wants to bring it to, yeah.
Opinion bill,
Yeah.
495.
Yeah, he wants to bring it to a 247.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had brought him down to 255 in 19 as a board of review. I don't believe that values of residential properties have been diminishing in the
No,
market, so I don't think we can take anything below the 255 that was set previously. He's requesting 245, so we're at least $10,000 in excess of what he's talking about. Right. And based on this appraisal, which is dated last week. Value they came up with here is what, 495. All right, has everybody had a chance to look at the appraisal and get a feel for what we've got?
Yep.
Where is this off of on Brighton Road, Mary Ann?
It's probably about 2 miles west, halfway in between D19 and Chilson Road. It's on the north side. It's a dirt road.
All right, yep, I know where it's at. Okay.
You know, and it's 5 acres, which is more suitable. Some of these comps that I'm looking at are like White Hawk Trail is farther west. You know, that's in Howell Township, Howell Schools, but that's way farther out. Tortola is, I think, believe in Marion Township, and Tortola, I believe, is in Marion Township, and that's that's a much smaller house, and that's only 1 acre. So is the house in Marion Meadows, 1 acre. You know, that you're farther away in those, so you're gonna, the dollar amount is gonna be a little bit less, plus the fact, and he's made an adjustment in here of $15,000 between 4 acres, which is a little low in my estimation.
Now, he's got a usability problem in the fact that he's got wetlands, but they've made an allowance for that. It's in their card.
I'm sorry, Ron, what was that?
They have a lot that is, quote, if you will, impaired because it has wetlands on it, but the assessors already made adjustments for the wetlands portion of it.
I think we made that 2 years ago when it came in, right?
That may be why we.
I think that's where we came up with the lower value.
Plus, I think that there was also that easement for the gas line that was back there. So we did that kind of a hard adjustment back then regarding that.
Right.
Is that right?
I can't remember that part of it, but if I look at what he's got 3.5 acres that are considered to be usable acres, and he's got 1.75 acres that are considered to be wetlands, not usable. So the assessor's already made the land adjustment, I think.
Right.
And and the land adjustment has not changed appreciably in the last couple of years.
Not at all.
And so the only adjustment was in the building, and that's gone up by very small margins.
Um,
I think, you know, looking at that 290, 600, or the 281, 2. Why is he saying 281, 2 when I'm looking at this sheet? In his letter, he says the assessment is 281, 2. Is that right? Am I looking at this right?
yes, true cash value.
And in the field card, I'm looking at an assessed value of 296.
Right.
Right. Oops.
So there's a,
Which is 581, 200.
Right.
So it's rounded. But it's still a 581.
So he's looking to get it down to 250.
Well, like I said, Ron, I don't know if I feel comfortable. We were able to justify 255 before in 2019 and give some relief at that point. But I don't believe values have diminished since 2019. So I would be more comfortable with something just north of that, maybe a 265, which is 530 value wise. It's still going to be $35,000 more than his appraisal. But the appraisal, unfortunately, you get a little bit of a distorted picture with the appraisal because you've got properties that are outside of the area, and our assessor is not able to use those because they're not in the sales study.
right.
Is that correct, Laura?
It's warm in here.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
That Laura answered, but she's on mute.
She's on the phone right now with a resident.
Yeah, the question was, is that since there were properties in the comp that were outside of our area, that those are not ones that you guys could use in your sales studies.
Correct.
Okay,
So you're a little bit hamstrung by the fact that you've got to use only the data that is within our municipality, correct?
If we
Your
don't
sales
have,
study?
go ahead, Laura.
That, yes, usually, but when we are talking down by the city of Brighton with Dylan and all that, I do take city of Brighton comps into effect down there because it's that area. They can walk to downtown Brighton. They've got all the amenities of going to downtown Brighton without getting in a car. And so I do use them for that.
Right, in this case, we've got kind of an acreage site, 5 acres and above are most of the comparables, and they're spread out in rural areas, not necessarily Genoa Township. So what it does is it gives you, like I said, it leaves you as a deficit just because of the fact that you can't use all those sales. And sales that do make sense might set the low end of where you're at.
And a couple of these are in subdivisions that are in townships that just have larger lots. And there's a different mindset and a different dollar amount for people that are living on acreage that doesn't have, you know, rules and regulations for what they can do versus larger parcels and a little bit more freedom of what is allowed on their property.
This is zoned like conservation agricultural, isn't it? Something like that?
This is probably country estates.
What's the address?
Conservation agricultural, it's saying here,
Is
CE.
it?
Country estates is what it is. They've got the wrong name down on the appraisal.
5306 Natura.
56, sorry, go ahead again.
5684 Natura, Natura. 30, I'm sorry, 4306. 5306, I'm all right.
5306.
6306.
Got it, got it, got it. That's CE, it's 5 acre minimums.
Okay, so
They've
what
got-
what I'm trying to do is find the reasoning that an appraisal at 495, which is especially or specifically done to defend our petitioner's position, is at 495, which there's a bit of a collusiveness of having an appraisal done for yourself because you're the client and they're trying to satisfy the client. You would hope that the appraiser would be or have enough integrity that they would just do what they're supposed to do to come up with value. And in this case, it looks like most of it fits that bill. So with that said, we've got a value of $495,000 on a home that we've got assessed at 581,000.
Chris, I did look at this one when he came in with his stuff. We can change the class. We have him right now at a class of BC, which is in between C and B. I can put him at a class C with a 10% adjustment up, which would be a C plus 10, and that would put him in line at 496, 399. And looking at his house, it could go either way without getting into it to see what, like his moldings and all of that and what they are. Putting him at the 10%, above the C class, I think is fair.
We're talking an SEV of, wait a second here. Of 248, which is less than what we had before in 2019. So maybe we were struggling back there for better information. And now that you've been able to do that, I don't know, does anybody have any problem with that? That's right about where his appraisal came in.
You would use a number, you would use an SEV of what, Chris?
What's it come to 248?
248 too.
Yeah. Which I think there's nothing to squawk about at that point. We're within $1,000 of his appraisal that was made.
And what would that give his taxable? And that is his taxable.
Yeah, taxable is 248, 200, and we're talking about $496,000, so just over what the appraisal came in. So the appraisal supports what we're talking about. We can support from an assessment standpoint where we're at. I think we're home.
Now, keep in mind, that's going to affect both of his numbers.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and the thing is, if we look back, this house was built in 18, I think.
Yeah, it's 2 years old.
Yeah, so I think it was trying to find its level to begin with, because we were at 281, we brought that down to 255 before, and now we're able to zero in on it a little bit more, having better information. Would that be correct, Laura?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, why don't we do that? Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah, I just think it's probably a little bit, it's a very on the conservative side. I think that logistically, especially for a 2,800 square foot house, right? 3-car garage on 5 acres.
You think it's worth more?
Yeah.
We have to consider Marianne's knowledge of the market.
Mhm.
Look at your sales study here.
Pretty extensive sales study.
Well, so here's one that's sold for 5283. Natura sold it for 545. That's 3,300 square feet. That was in 18. That's on 10 acres. I can see like a 5 1/4.
Yeah, you can make it whatever you guys think it should be and you know, it may bump up next year, or if I can find something that will get it in line with what you guys have, I can work with that. For next year to try to get them back in line of what things are going for now. Unless, of course, they jump up considerably or drop considerably next year.
The change that you're making, Laura, that brought us down to that 496, that's a hard change that would carry
That-
forward.
That's a hard change that's going to carry forward. And
I
I
don't
put
know,
it,
usually we have difficulty coming to terms with things, and this one kind of fell into place right at 495. Is
Well, if
there
the
something, go ahead, Mary Ann.
If the consensus is that's, I mean, that's a hard change, then, you know, moving forward, it's gonna reflect on the current market value and the field studies too. So
correct. Hang on one second, guys. Let me do something else here with the land. Do you guys have a GIS view of that land?
Yes. Kind of a,
Right now I had it like, I was only charging it for like 3 acres of it being normal acreage and like an, almost 2 acres of it being wetland acreage.
right,
And being that he paid 115, obviously that amount, because I had it at what, 81? The land is at 81 using the wetland. Just at regular 5 acres, would put the land back up to the 85 that everybody else is being charged for a 5 acre good piece of land at 85,000 and for the 5 acres, and changing that class down to the B+10. He's coming in at 499,899.
that makes sense.
So give me those numbers again, Laura. What would that be?
Okay, the true cash value would
Gotcha.
be, you know, 499,899. The SEV would be 249,950.
249950.
Mm-hmm.
Just kissing up against 500 grand for the market value.
the only concern I've got is if I understand correctly, Laura, what we've done is said, okay, you really can't use about 2 acres of your site because it's wetlands, but we're gonna call it normal.
Well, I haven't been out there to see it. I was just kind of looking at, I mean, if he's saying, you know, maybe he's hunting on it, maybe he is using it normally, maybe it's not. You know, you guys are on the planning.
It just runs with the land. All right, I'm good with it.
So we have a true cash value of 499,899, and we have a taxable value of 249,950, correct?
SEV and taxable, correct?
Okay. So and that's a hard adjustment of 102, correct? Market adjustment?
Yes.
Correct.
So give me the numbers one more time so I can get them correct in the listing. SEV is,
It's 249,950.
gotcha.
And the
SEV,
taxable is the same.
okay.
Is that right,
SEV
correct? Is that right, Laura?
Yes.
Okay.
applications you would need on Roseland, is that?
Okay, so we're going from 290, which is what's on the card, 290, $600 to 249, 950. Am I correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And that's going to do the same on the other value, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm gonna go run and grab lunch, guys. If you need any help, Jessica's here.
Okay.
All right, we're looking at the next one, which is Craig and Beth Hagan on Glenway Drive. They have, it looks like there's a letter in here we should read. And then once we've got it read, we can start to discuss. So go ahead and read that, and I'm gonna mute myself here.
I'm going to get away from the desk for a second. I'll be right back. Oh, that's petition number 4, by the way.
That we just did. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Two ten.
How are we doing? Need more time?
Nope.
Ron?
Okay, make sure I'm entering the right information. This is on the letter appeal for,
Craig and Elizabeth Hagan, Hagen.
okay, got it right. Just making sure.
But the letter's pretty heartbreaking, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Especially if all of it's true. I can't believe that there wouldn't be some type of information prior to what they found with all those trees getting clear cut. Because if it was state land, don't they have to be notified?
I know that in talking to staff here that they logged it.
Oh,
And
they
it is.
harvested the wood?
Yep, and they're using it as a seedling area to have grow trees so that they can actually give those to the company from Canada that's actually growing trees on Chilson Road just north of the state land there.
But it's still state land.
Yes, but it is a significant difference in visual appearance.
So the state still owns this, but they decided to cut and harvest the timber.
That
And
Bill could probably test to more of that.
yeah, Bill,
This is the DNR that is doing this, and they're clearing it because they will be applying, and you guys will ultimately see that because they're working on the paperwork. They're making it a seedling farm. And they're also going to, their goal is to pull some gravel. That is an old gravel pit, but primarily to develop a seedling farm for trees all over the state. And the way they're going to line them up, they had to clear cut so this wouldn't kill off all those seedlings. And then you still will be able to use it somewhat as a park, so you can ultimately drive in there and walk through the whole facility as things are growing. So
did they not have to give folks an opportunity and an open forum to discuss this? Or did they do that? And
not the clear cut technically, but they did, and through communications that Kelly and I have had, they have reached out to the neighbors. At first, we were not even aware of it. We all of a sudden were getting calls every single day about this clear cut, and some people were claiming that they were cutting on their own, on their property. But no, they were very diligent about making sure it was on the state land and processing this. And so we've had other communications since then. And essentially now we know what their ultimate goal is. But like I say, they've got the paperwork and they're processing everything. And I think you guys will ultimately see something.
Well, they said in their letter that there was an opportunity to have, for the property owners that are facing along there, to have a buffer zone for a fee. But that was not made aware to the people that were living along there. Is that a correct statement?
That's not what I understood, but I could have missed something here and there. They were talking about, when they came in here, about 150-foot buffer. That wasn't for a fee. That was just their presentation to us in a conversation. So
it says in their letter that we also learned that we could have paid to have a buffer of 100 feet of trees kept between our property line and the clear cutting. But when we learned this, the buffer was already gone. That's what they say in the letter. So that was why I was just trying to say, did you guys have any?
well,
any
and the
better
general
view?
feeling, I mean, Mary Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you see this in a listing and it says it backs up to state land, you think that nothing's ever going to be built there. Nothing's ever going to happen.
Absolutely.
So this is an anomaly, and it's something that, I mean, going forward, it's going to bear some research and some due diligence by whoever it is that's listing these properties and selling these properties. Because, you know, apparently the DNR had the right to do that. So as the homeowner, I mean, these folks stated, I mean, it's a lot different than it was. I don't know that it changes our sales study or changes how we look at things. You know,
Well, keep in mind, that property had been up for sale for some time. I think when I first started here, we had somebody from the state that I actually knew talk to us about, you know, this is on the block, and if you guys are interested at all, you know, you might want to look into it. So that
So they were
property
trying to
had,
sell-
DNR was going to sell it. Now they've decided
Okay.
to turn it into the seedling farm, which is a
so in their
little bit
mind, they
different.
tried to sell it to people and nobody wanted it.
Nope. Figure why if it's just gonna sit there. It's only brought
And
attention
that's-
because they
yeah.
started cutting.
That's exactly how the people looked at it. They said, why should we buy it when you own it and you can't do anything with it? Which,
What were they
Apparently
asking
it's
for
like
it, Bill? Bill, do you recall what they were asking for it?
No, not at the time. I really don't. That was a long time ago.
Because I don't have any knowledge of any recent, you know, opportunity for purchase. Isn't that also in an area where, was there an old dump in that area?
No, that was a gravel pit, sand and
Okay.
gravel pit.
Okay. And are there any issues with water there?
There could potentially be because we know that plume is migrated that way.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
land value hasn't been affected. I mean, all the way back to 18, it's only gone up, you know, $2,500. The big thing that jumped was the building value, which I thought most of that was supposed to happen to us last year with the, you know, changing everything over to Marshall Swift. Jess, do you have any input on that as to why it went up so much?
The only thing I can say is that they uncapped for the year. Other than that,
Well, but uncapping and going up from
It
183
looks-
to 210.
yeah, it looks like there was some work done on the house without permits. So we picked up the new when we reappraised when the house was purchased.
Okay.
Was there any change in square footage?
Looks like we corrected the square footage of the garage and the house and the wood deck.
Okay,
Paid
When you
roughly
say you
$394.
corrected the garage, was that not there before and you added it, or did they just expand it?
Square footage, I can get you the exact numbers, what
No,
we changed.
I mean, that I was just saying, is that new construction or is it just they changed the footprint a little bit?
Either they changed the footprint without letting us know, or we had an incorrect measurement.
Okay.
Mhm. And upon reappraisal, we discovered the change, so we had to make it.
Yes, I have a question. On
Sure.
the properties that are across the street, okay, from them on Glenway, is there a significant difference in the value of the homes that don't back to that state land and the value of the homes that do?
Let me look through a few and see if there is a difference.
Because if there isn't any difference, then it wasn't reflected in it before.
Yeah, let me look at a few and get back to you, okay?
Okay.
Mhm.
in doing market research myself in Genoa Township for properties that came uncapped that had not been uncapped in you know, in a 3 to 4 year period, there was a significant difference in terms of market value from where they were previous to where they are now. And this house, well, when was the last? It doesn't show. the previous, was it 93?
What's an IV? Well, that's quick claim. Okay.
I don't see a previous history in here as to how long the previous,
Well, the taxable value was pretty low.
yeah,
It jumped up, $70,000, $60,000.
right.
Yeah, I think in my mind anyhow, if there isn't a significant difference between properties on the side of the state land and the properties that are backing up to another subdivision or other properties,
Other
other
properties.
dwellings, if there's not a significant difference, then they haven't lost anything. Granted, it would be great to have a nice big forest behind you and that type of thing, but if they weren't paying for it, I guess if the house across the street, you'd pay the same thing for.
I would agree.
then they weren't really paying.
I would agree.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any significant change. For instance, the house directly across the street at 5195 Glenway. We have an SEV for 2021 of 198.9. Um, 5165 Glenway, we have an SEV of 186.7.
They're similar.
Yeah, and those are the ones that are directly across the street that they probably can see maybe from their front window.
Well, and this one probably went up to 210 because it sold for almost $400,000.
Right.
Correct.
Because before that, it was at 170, 183.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it doesn't appear to be an amenity you would pay for, but certainly if I had an opportunity to buy one across the street or buy this one with the trees there, I would buy the one with the trees.
Absolutely.
So there's got to be something to that. And the fact that those are lost, is there anything we can do, Jess? We're basically at 420 right now. And they bought it at 390 a year ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago. Oh yeah, a year ago.
As I haven't looked at the record card, it doesn't sound like she's arguing anything is wrong with the physicality of the property, from what I'm understanding. If that clear cutting of the land is reflected, it will show in the sales for next year. So we could always go back and look at the land. And Laura has stepped out, so she would be the one to look at those land values to see if it would warrant a change. And if that's true, she probably would change all the properties that touch that state land.
But that's something that she's going to do in the next assessment year, not this year.
Correct.
Okay. So I think it's worth taking a note and considering that, or having Laura consider that in next year's assessments. And when these folks call in that are along that line and they're asking about it, then you can tell them that we're reconsidering it with any sales that are coming up to see if there's a difference and what that difference is. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Especially with all the calls that we've been getting, I'm pretty sure it's already something that's on her list to look at for next year, to at least watch out for and pay attention to see if indeed the sales are, being affected by that change in the property.
Was
They
there,
paid-
you
Go ahead,
mentioned, sorry,
Go ahead, Marion.
you mentioned that there was a couple things without a permit. Was the roof one of them, or?
We as a township don't require a roofing permit. The county does. So if they'd replaced a roof, it would be on file with the county and we'd get
Okay.
the final. We'd make a note that a new roof was on the building, and we would account for that in depreciation, but we don't typically account for a roofing change unless the change of the property is significant. as far as updating, we consider that normal maintenance that needs to be done. We do not have a note of a new roof on the house as of today.
Okay,
But you did say that that there was the addition of a deck and perhaps some small additions to the size of the garage. Is that correct that you picked up?
Correct. It looks like we were incorrect on the reporting of the square footage for the garage, the home itself, and the deck. And if you'd like to see what it was prior to reappraisal, I can get you those numbers and so you can see what the changes were.
that would be good.
Okay, give me a moment.
I really do feel though that I know just as a resident of that area, I have had a number of people express huge concern about the clear cutting there. And
Yes.
from a value standpoint, I do understand their concern because you know, your location is one of the most important things. And when that your location hasn't moved, but behind you, the, you know, extreme circumstances have really changed that, you know, now you have a difference of what you might have considered paying before. And it might have made a difference in, you know, if the house was on the market after that happened. So I feel like it has a significance in terms of value.
And I think, given this was purchased less than a year ago, for just under $400,000 with those amenities in mind, I think we need to give some relief. I don't know what that number is going to be, but I think it should be in place just as a buffer to get them to the next step, which is going to be hopefully a sales study that has some of those properties along that clear cut area having been sold in the actual effect being measured.
Right. I could see a value easily of 400.
That's where I'm at as well.
Yep.
I'm okay with that.
Make that happen then. And the other questions that we wanted to look at, we can look at, but I think that probably does them some justice right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're gonna go to
Before lunch, 11:35.
200,000 even in both lines, both places?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and I'll have those documents for you guys in just a moment.
Thank you.
Yep.
I do have to use the restroom. I need a hall pass.
All right. Well, why don't we, do we want to try and get one more done before lunch or and we can take a break now, take a 5-minute break right now and then come back. And then it'll will give us 15, 20 minutes to do this. Or just,
Okay.
we'll do it, and when we get done with it, we'll go eat. How's that sound? Okay. I would suggest everybody who's leaving their desk to mute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you on mute?
Hello? Does anybody want to work on the third one? Or do we want to just get some lunch?
I can do either.
Well, let's get through this one, and then we'll have
Okay,
2 more after lunch, 3 more after lunch, it looks like. Okay, so this next one is Marjorie and Randy. Oh, boy.
Chaika, Chaika,
What is it?
Chaika. I used to work for a guy named Chaika.
Jaika? Okay. I'll take it for granted that's true.
Well, I mean, that was how he pronounced his name and that's how he spelled it. So what can I say? I haven't seen that name for a long time.
All right, so we've got, let's see here. Looks like a page full of comparables.
What's the address, Chris, so I can pull it up and look at it?
6550 Chalice Court.
Thank you.
Is this, like down, on the south side where there's only like 5 or 6 houses in here?
Correct.
All right, so this was a resale. Well, actually, no, in 2014, oh, this was, they did an addition on this house. They requested a variance on this house for an addition. Is that correct?
That is correct. Their permit was applied for in August of 2018 to do an addition.
Yep.
I don't have the field card on this one at all. I don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't,
Oh, there's no
Yeah, I
field.
don't have a field card.
all I have is a sales study.
That's all I've got too.
All right, give me a few minutes and I will get those ready for you guys. I apologize.
You just want to take a lunch break then?
I think that's probably a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
I got a couple of things I'm gonna do in here.
So the only information you guys have are what he submitted, correct? You need a GIS view, valuation statement, record card, sketch.
All I've got is the sales study and then their application
Okay, all right,
and their tax bills.
okay. Lunch is ready. It's in the boardroom for you guys that are done cleaning up your loose ends there. If you want to go get started, feel free.
gotta come back until 1:45, so I'll take a run. You want a refrigerator in your office?
It's the executive refrigerator.
Ah, nice. Should have a little window that you can just open up the windows to care.
But there's no booze.
There is a downside.
That's true. Yeah, public service.
All right, we want to get back to work.
So you guys can see that I gave you all the information on the letter appeal that you requested.
Yes,
I
thank you.
also, yep.
So I assume, Jessica, that the addition to the house was done between 19 and 20, because that's where the big jump is.
Let's see here.
Because that's, I mean, a big change in the house.
Yes, we put all the value for the addition on the 2020 tax year.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, land value is exceptionally low. That's pretty wild.
Are those site condos or something?
No. This is on, it's actually a little under, it's on acreage, but the acreage is a challenge too. It's excuse me.
Marianne, if you're searching for the amount of acreage that they have, I believe
Yeah.
it's 1.88.
Yeah, I was seeing that. I was looking at somehow I was reading right next to where it said wetlands 1.88, total 1.88. So is it?
Well, if you look at the aerial view, they've got about a 4 or 5 mile beach between them and the lake. I don't know what that is. Is that, maybe that's the wetlands, but boy, I don't know that I could, it's a long ways to the water from their house.
A long way, and it's a hill.
It looks like the wetlands that you're questioning, that's the table that Laura has them in for their land value.
Okay.
In your conversations with this guy, Laura or Jess, did you indicate to them or tell them that, I mean, they've only gone up $2,200 in their assessed value from last year, and they didn't fight it last year, did they?
They didn't fight it last year, but I did have a conversation with the homeowner last year about how we came about value, such as putting it on as new and adding the new square footage. And so I walked her through that. So the conversation we had the other day was basically the same thing about how we arrived at the value of the addition. From what I recall, she doesn't believe that she could sell her house for what we have the true cash value as.
I don't know how.
Looking
Can't
at the
do
same
I
studies,
mean,
it looks,
Her taxes went up $91.
I'm sorry, again, Chris, please.
The taxes went up $91 this year from last year, and the assessment and the taxable went up. You know, taxable actually went up more than the assessment value did. So, I mean, there's nothing here that like was a huge jump of any kind.
This is more kind of a delayed response from, you did say she came in last year? Is that right?
Yeah, I know that Laura and I have had a couple conversations with her about how the assessing portion works on our end. She seems satisfied with that, but still is contesting that she cannot sell her house for $605,000. I don't know if she's market tested that or not. She's not indicated.
Well,
They
looking at,
bought it back in 14 and then they renovated that and added to. So these numbers that are down here as far as sales numbers are the 365 is a sale number before it was renovated and added to.
Right.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
but if I look at the sales study with homes in that size in that neighborhood, there's only a couple of outliers that go over 600. There's a lot of them around the 500 mark.
Is this I want to make sure I have the right sales study. I was just making sure I had the right sales study.
Well, the bigger homes are on the bottom of the second page and top of the third page. If I get into the square footage that they have 2,850 square feet. And when you get into the 2,800 square foot range, there's not a lot of stuff out there that went over 600. There's one. There's not a lot. A lot of them around the 500 range. And one of them that's really an outlier. That's almost 1 million. But if I were to look at the other ones on there, it looks like Mary Ann, you can check me on this, but it looks like that's a good solid 500, 550 neighborhood.
I would say absolutely 550. Yeah.
I mean, just looking at the numbers on the sheet, I mean, that part of it looks like there's fair substantiation in there for saying, okay, 550 is a good number. I'm struggling with trying to get up to the 600 number.
I would agree.
Laura, can you help us out on that? Is there?
I can take the B class down to a B -10 and get it at 567, 374.
What do you think, Mary Ann?
That sounds more in line.
I can.
I'm good with that.
Yep.
What's the
Yeah,
number?
I'll bring in the sheet. How about that,
Okay.
Ron?
Okay, thank you.
So we're good on that?
Good on
Yep.
that.
And that's number, is that number 6?
That is number 6.
Okay.
Next one that I have is quite thick. It's for the Breakfast Barn Holdings LLC. Does everyone have that one?
I'm sorry, did you say that this is the,
Breakfast Barn Holdings LLC.
Also known as Bob Evans.
Yes, thank you, Duffy. Did you
What
guys
is
all
Bob
get that?
Evans saying? You got him at a million six, close to $1,550,000, and they think they're worth $1,300,000.
so in terms of previous year, there wasn't any significant change, correct?
And just so you guys know, I was rather gentle with the restaurants this year, just because of what's been going on in the past.
Right. Gentle's a nice word. Wow. I know that commercial really hasn't really been doing well either, right?
Well, but it's a momentary dip. I mean, most anything, the restaurant business has been especially hit hard because you can't open up or you couldn't even be in
Right.
business. I'm surprised that they were paid so little, basically about 50% of what their annual amount is. The amounts that they're using here, 1459 is their regular or normal rent on a triple net basis. There's nothing really wrong with what they did to get down to 910. If in fact 1459 is what their rent is on triple net, but that just makes the building less overall. I mean, what you've done is probably hindered the building by having a lower than typical lease rate. So their 1450 that's a pretty low lease rate for a restaurant, especially something on Grand River, like this property. So I don't know that it really carries any weight. It's like the last year when we were dealing with a customer who had leases in place that were diminishing the value of his property. He wanted to diminish the value on his taxes.
Right.
It's self-imposed. In this case, it's still, I would say, self-imposed to get you down to 900,000 because 1498, if that's what they're actually paying on an annual basis, then the numbers that they used aren't out of whack. I mean, vacancy wise and expenses, capitalization rate's not overly aggressive. I don't know. We're saying it's worth, another $600,000, $700,000 on top of this.
So I can add in a little bit of maybe some help. The old Wendy's down the road, which is not at the main four, sold in December for $1 million.
That's the Wendy's in front of, or next to Arby's?
Next to
Kind of.
Taco Bell.
Yeah, okay. And it's sold for $1 million and it's gonna have to get cleaned out, retrofitted and turned into something new.
Ray's Hot Chicken.
Oh,
So the biggest change there would be in the signage and the visuals, how it looks to the public. Is that correct? I mean, the fixtures and everything are going to be pretty much the same for fried chicken as they are fried hamburgers.
I would think so, but I have no idea.
if the fixtures are still in the building. What I'm saying is it's a commercial building that's been closed for, what, year or two, hasn't it?
Couple of years, at least 3
Yeah.
of them.
So chances are whatever they could get out of that building has been taken. I kind of hesitate with this, given where it was before, and then given to the COVID-19 pandemic, reducing values of real estate. Because real estate isn't meant to be valued in a year, it's meant to be valued over the holding period of that property. And, that's where you get rid of the ups and downs. You get that bumpiness smooths out because you're looking at a period of time rather than just 1 year. You're looking at, a 10-year holding period or that type of thing. So what they've done in this case is called direct capitalization. They've taken an income amount, capitalized it, and that's at 7.5%, basically saying that 7.5% of the income for the property is thrown off to NOI. So therefore the property is worth $910,000. That may be right for this year. But what I'm saying is, years going forward and in a holding period of the property, which is the way you value it, there will be ups, highs and lows. This is at a low because they're not getting rents paid and that type of thing. But I guess my question to you, Duff, is does this affect property value from an assessment standpoint, the fact that they couldn't collect rent?
I don't know.
I think that's the big question because, that's what the PPP programs were for. They were for paying, payroll for these properties and the biggest and the hardest hit by far are the restaurant people. Because they're mandated and they're only told they can open up to a certain extent. Mary Ann, you had something to add?
No, I was just saying, not to mention the fact that, to get employees to work, compounded by that, right? I mean, I know that it's been hard to get employees to work in the business industry in Livingston County, compounded by COVID.
Well, and also compounded by incentives to not work, which are in the form of additional payments for unemployment. So, I mean, that's a whole other subject. The biggest thing I think that I look at in this situation is we have a property that has a track record that has been moving right along. And I think this is an effort on their part to say, okay, the COVID hit us this year and we want to, recoup a little bit of flesh. I don't think the value means anything to me because it's a 1-year discounted or 1-year direct capitalization of income. But, even at that, if that's an ongoing lease, and I haven't looked at the lease to see, I mean, we got the lease attached to this. I haven't looked at the lease to see how much longer it's in effect and that type of thing. If it is in effect for a period of time, it's going to diminish the value of the property, but it's much like the one we looked at last year, Duff, where we said, okay, that's fine. You rented it for too little to support the value of the property, but the value of the property is what it is. So, I guess, how did you arrive at your assessed values, and do you feel confident that those are where they need to be from a income properties perspective?
Well, also, you're gonna want to look at their taxable value, and they're paying on 1.2 million. But I can get a list of the restaurant sales that I have that I use for this.
Well, you said that,
Just to give an idea, the 304 a square foot, which is the tax year for this year, 2021, we're saying $1.5 million roughly, $304 per square foot. That's $300 a square foot is a restaurant rate. It may be a little bit higher for Bob Evans than I've seen, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. And you go a couple doors down to places like Kentucky Fried Chicken, and you definitely get that because it's a little bit smaller, eating area and that type of thing. So to go to $180 a square foot, I think is artificially low. And if that's what they're paying on their taxes or on their lease, and it's for a considerable period still, they've already been getting the benefit because they're not paying enough on their lease.
Because it's owner occupied, they're not leasing that building.
And
That's
why
what,
do they have a lease in?
did they put that in there? Because on their personal
Yeah,
property,
it's an owner occupied building and what are they saying? Let's see here.
their personal property says they're owner occupied. I looked up their personal property.
This says the total amount of rent normally due under the lease for 2020 was $73,000. Okay, which is $14.59 a square foot. It says, but they collected only $38,000 or $7.52 from the tenant to the property in 2020. So they're out about half. But then they went below, and what they're doing down there, they're saying, okay, here's what our true cash value is at $1.5 million, which is $304 a square foot. But if we take the size of the building, which is 5,000 square feet, multiply it by the rate of the lease, we come up with that 73,796. Vacancy and credit loss at 3% is not aggressive. I mean, they're not hitting it hard. Same thing with administrative and management and reserves. So the expenses are nominal. It's only $5,000 in this whole thing. So at $68,000, they're capitalizing that at 7.5%, coming up with 910, which tells me either we're too high or they're not paying enough on their
Yeah.
lease.
So if I use the taxable value and I divide that by the square footage, it comes out to 252 a square foot.
Say that again.
If I take the taxable value, the 639,599 that they're paying on,
right,
multiply that by 2, divided by the 5,000 square feet, It comes out to 252 a square foot.
Right, which is where I would expect a chain restaurant to be, somewhere between 250 and 300. Doing something here real quick.
So even using their taxable value, even if we said that was the right number, it's still over $1 million.
Mhm.
And he's saying that they want to bring it down under $1 million.
Well,
That doesn't seem to be supported by the numbers.
think about this too. In 2017, Breakfast, what is it? Breakfast Barn Holdings. It was purchased by Scotty Daniels, who's the owner. They purchased it for almost $2 million
When was that?
in 2017.
I don't think you had other than the pandemic, closing things down or really putting a governor on, not the, pardon the pun, on what we're doing here. Like I say, for a holding period standpoint, they're probably in about the right spot. Yeah, because I see that sale for 1.196 million, and that's in 17.
And then you're having a Wendy's that sold for $1 million?
Yep. Your 120 is waiting also.
Do we have anything else beyond them?
No, you're done with appointments.
Hey, guys,
Which one is that, 120?
120.
let's go ahead and take care of our live customer and come back on this one when we're done with that.
You guys ready?
Which one do we have coming in right now, Deb?
It's, why can't I think of it? It's the other commercial one.
Self-storage. It's PetSmart, otherwise known as Coachella Self-Storage.
Okay. Got it.
Ready?
Yep.
All right. Ooh. All right, do we have Coachella Self-Storage on the line?
They're connecting.
Okay. I've got them up and it says that they've got their camera shut off and there's no microphone.
It says connecting to audio on my end.
Okay. And you're the host?
I'm the co-host.
Okay. Still connecting? All right. Coachella Self-Storage, it looks like you are muted right now. Can you unmute your line?
There you go.
There we go. Good afternoon.
Hi.
If you'd like to go right ahead, we'll give you your time to tell us what you've sent to us today to look at. And then if we've got any questions, we can breach those after you've shown us what you've got. So go right ahead.
All right, thank you. So what we have here is a PetSmart building in Howell. We did 3 approaches on this property. We did a sales, a cost, and a market income approach. Our requested value that we put in our packet is based on our cost approach, the $66.75 a square foot. You can see on page 2 there. And I'll go over the three approaches here quickly. But the value that the county has on right now is $149.56 a square foot. So our approach, as you can see there, our sales is $103.12. The market income is $102.45 a square foot. And then also page 2, quickly, it is just a quick overview of the property. It's a 04 built. Building square footage is 20,336 square feet. It's on 2.71 acres. And then also that we wanted to, let the board know, the property owner, with COVID going on in 2020, they were impacted. The revenues were hurt a little bit, with the closures and limited customers in the stores and all the restrictions and whatnot in 2020. So that did play a part in their value. So they're hoping at least for 2020 that they can get some type of tax help just because of the COVID situation. So let me jump into our costs, or let's go to our sales first. Page 8 of our packet. We provided 5 sales, and they are ranging, the 5 sales are ranging after adjustments for size and age are ranging from $61.18 to $143.34. And then also the sale number 1 was actually sold right at the end of 2020, December 31st. And then that one it's pretty similar to the subject property, is almost across the street from the subject, and with adjustments for the size and age on that one. It's a freestanding retail building. We got the $143.34 a square foot. And that was a recent sale, you can see, on the 31st of December of 2020. So I just wanted to point that one out. So those are the sales. If you have any questions, I can answer them for you. We provided the CoStar reports for those sales. So if you look at page 9, you can see the map of the sales as it relates to the subject property. The subject is the star. So they're all pretty close to the Grand River Avenue. So they're they're all general retail stores. And then we provided the CoStar reports for those sales if you wanted to look at more detail at those. Then if you jump up to page 20 of our packet is our cost analysis that we did. This cost is based on, we use Marshall and Swift documents to come up with the numbers that we did for our cost analysis. We used a retail discount store. The year built was 2004, as I mentioned. We did use an effective year of 2008 with C average. The base cost for that, according to Marshall and Swift, is $70.50 a square foot. We used 29% depreciation, as well as a regional multiplier. And we added in extra features for paving and lighting in the parking lot of $115,000. And our total RCNLD, our cost analysis, our RCNLD is coming in at $1,224,531. That's just for the improvements. Our land, you can see there right below our adjusted land, and I'll get into our land sales right after this. Our land sales are coming in at $132,907, and that brings our total cost value, as I mentioned at the beginning, of the just over 1.3 million, or the $66.75 a square foot, based on our cost. And then, as I mentioned, we provided the Marshall and Swift documents for those numbers, the depreciation and the base cost and the multiplier. If you jump up to page 25, is our land sales that we provided. We provided 5 land sales. The subject land is on at $10 a square foot. Our land sales are substantially lower that we found. Our land sales are ranging from, about $1 to $2, as you can see there. And the land sales are from 2020, 2019, and 2018. We did adjustments for size on those, the land sales. And you can see there that our total land value, as I mentioned in the previous page, is $132,907. In the next page, you can see our land.
Quick question for you.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble finding that number. We've got, oh, what, never mind. I figured it out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, that's all right. So page 26 is the map of the land sales that I just went over, all in how you can see the subject as it relates to the land sales. So they're pretty similar, pretty close by to the subject property, not too far off. And you can look at the CoStar reports of those land sales in detail if you wanted to. And then our last approach that we did was the market income, and that's on page 38 of our packet. For this one, what we did was, so the total square footage, we took that, the 20,336, and with the market rent, what we took was the actual lease that PetSmart is paying the owner of the building. And that's on the next page, page 39. You can see that their contract lease is $10.50 a square foot. So we threw the $10.50 a square foot into the market income. We used 5% vacancy, 5% expenses, which are reasonable. And then the cap rate, we used CBRE cap rate. And our cap rate is 9.25. And we used the CBRE, we used Detroit, and the cap rate, you can see there B class is ranging from 9.25 to 10% for the cap rate. So we use the lower end on the 9.25 as well. And so our total for our pro forma market income analysis is $102.45 a square foot. And that's, like I was mentioning, it's primarily based on the actual lease that the PetSmart is paying right now. And the lease, you can see, goes until August of 2026. And that's all we got. So our requested value is based on our cost, the $66.75 a square foot. And as I mentioned also, the property owner for at least this past year is looking for a little tax relief just because of the impact that COVID had on us. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right. Anyone have any questions? I have a question.
Yeah.
The typical buyer of this building, would they look at just the cost approach as a way to buy this building?
Typically, they would look at cost. They'd also look at sales. It's not really an income producing property.
Well, it's leased though.
Yeah, that's why it's not.
It has a lease that encumbers the property, so any value is going to have to be lease fee.
Yeah, so they'll look at the lease obviously, but I would say they would primarily look at the sales when they're trying to value this property. And we did provide 5 of those sales, and one of them was a freestanding building that looks similar to the PetSmart that's right across the street. So that would be what I would look at. I would look at surrounding sales of similar buildings, retail buildings.
And what would you do with the encumbrance that's on it? That's the lease.
To be honest, I don't know how to answer that. I'm not looking to buy this building, but I would obviously take it into account. PetSmart's not going to be breaking the lease, that we've communicated with us. So I don't. They're planning on staying there all the way until 2026.
So that just in the fact that they have a lease on the property, I don't know, what's the term of that lease? Do you know, is that written up on this?
Yeah, it's till August of 2026, and I believe it was a 10-year lease. I believe it started in 2016.
Right. So the fact that it had a 10-year lease on it tells me that it's an income producing property that's measured by that. Because you wouldn't put a 10-year lease and a 10-year encumbrance on a property and then look at the cost approach to see how much it's worth.
So we're not actually representing the actual owner of the property, right? We're representing the tenant, PetSmart. So it's hard to say for me, because we're not actually, but yeah, you're right. It would be, you're right. It would, but we're representing the tenant, so it's kind of a difficult situation for,
Right, well, they're in a difficult situation because they actually have to keep a business running during all of this when they had to be closed down and so forth.
Yeah.
Whereas the landlord is expecting to collect that lease.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They still got to pay their monthly rent, but they're not making as much as they were, at least this past year, as much as they were the prior years.
Right. Hopefully they were able to take advantage of some of the PPP loans, because that's exactly what this is for.
I'm sure hopefully they did, but I haven't asked them.
Does anyone else have any questions or concerns?
I just wanted to ask, you had mentioned in the sales study that you gave us that number 2 was the one that is right across the street from you?
Sorry if I said number 2, I think I meant number 1. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right, if there aren't any other questions, I appreciate your help today in understanding what this property is. I'm sorry, I didn't get your first name.
My name's Chaz, Chaz.
Okay, Chaz, we appreciate it. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we let you go and deliberate this?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, we'll have a deliberation and a decision made during the time of the board of review. And then that will be relayed to the property owners within a couple of weeks.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The lease on this property is 10 years long, although it's coming toward the end of it. But that is exactly what I was talking about. When you look at a property that's a commercial property, in this case, you've got it tied up for 10 years, a 10-year holding period for a specific tenant. So you can't get anything more than what that tenant's paying on a rental basis unless it's built into the lease itself. So this property is worth no more than what the lease is going to throw off as far as income and value, because you can't expect to get anything else. So it could be a $3 million building, but if it throws off to the tune of $2 million, it's a $2 million building, because all you have is, rather than a fee simple value, you have a lease fee value. Does everybody understand what that means?
Yes.
Ron, you good with that?
I'm good.
Basically, what it means is this: when someone says they have a lease fee value, it's incumbent on a lease that's on the property that you've given up rights. You're the landlord, you own the building, you lease the building, you own the lease fee value now, because you get what's left. You gave them the use of the building, okay? And rather than fee simple, where it's your building, you own it, you get everything and can use it for whatever you want to, you've leased it, you've given up that occupancy. All right, so you've given that up for a dollar amount, and this is what they're going to pay you. So that's all the building can be worth, is what they're going to pay you on an income stream. So that's why I asked him, why would it not be just strictly, the income approach, and then maybe the sales comparison approach as a secondary approach, which I think is probably accurate in this case. And I don't know what that does with our numbers, Duff. Where did Duff go? Duff's gone.
I will wrangle her. Hold on one moment.
Sorry about that, guys.
Well, that's all right. In looking at what they're talking about, they're saying that the highest is the value of this could be is about $103 a square foot, as opposed to close to $150 a square foot where you're at right now. How do you get to the $150 a square foot, or $3 million number?
So a big part of that is the land value at $10 a square foot. And
How's he getting $113?
I'd have to look at his stuff to see where he came up with that, because like the Flagstar building, is it Flagstar, the bank?
Yeah,
That one sold for $10 a square foot. I've got sales. I just gotta grab them for you.
okay, that one's right on Grand River though, right?
No, it's on
Yep.
Lapson.
And I think when I was looking, when he was reviewing land sales, these were in Howell Township.
Yeah,
One of them backed up to the airport.
It's further out.
Yeah,
Chris,
I mean-
the Flagstar was on Grand River. They relocated to Latson.
in front of Ascension Hospital.
Right.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, all right.
So I've got it where it's worth the $10 a square foot because they're in the interchange, little circle there.
Well, just that alone, how big is this? How many acres?
2.7.
Okay, $10 a foot. So that's 1,000,001 right there, almost 1,000,002
Yep,
for the land.
yep.
And he's got the land in at 132,000 or something like that.
It's well worth the $10 a square foot.
So I think that's where, I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Just remember, they paid $3 million for that building in 2016.
Building that they're in.
Yeah,
They paid $3 million for it and they only have a lease on that building for $10 a square foot, like they're talking about, 10.50.
and my other thing is that during the whole shutdown thing, they had to remain open because they were considered essential because, pets need to be fed as well as people.
Oh, that's
They
right.
never really closed down.
They did not close down.
But what they would lose at time would probably be their optional services like grooming and bathing and stuff like that. Because they would still have to, you're right, they'd still have to provide the medical stuff that they give and the food stuff that they give. So they were operating at some level of operation throughout the whole thing, although it may not be 100%.
Correct. They were not totally shut down. They offered curb service during the shutdown. But you could also go inside the store at that time as well.
Yeah, but I don't think they were offering the grooming services, were they?
Not grooming, and I can't remember when that opened up.
Yeah,
But-
that's the
My
part,
other thing,
that's the revenue they would lose would be the grooming services.
the only thing I'm thinking of is that, and I'm not positive, and I don't know for sure, is if the self-wash bays were still open.
Ah, okay. So Chris, what does that do to your feeling on the situation?
Well, I think it's much like the other property where they threw out a lease here that is in place that reduces the value of the building. Just because it doesn't keep up with market. It may have been market 10 years ago and they didn't have any escalations in it. So even at a relatively non-aggressive cap rate, this 9.25 is way too high. Probably a cap rate in the 7.5% range. You're still looking at $2.6 million as the lease fee value or the value to the landlord who owns that building, who paid $3 million for it, whatever it was, 8 or 9 years ago. So as far as where we're at with things and saying it's worth, what are we saying, $3 million? Is that what our
Well,
tax million?
they bought that building 6 years ago, or 5 years ago, sorry.
They bought it with the lease in place.
Not that I know of. It was Staples at the time.
Well,
Yeah, that's right. It was bought it.
this goes back to 2016, so that's about right, 4 years or 5 years ago.
Yeah,
So they brought in their own tenant, and that tenant has been paying them $10.50 a square foot, and we'll pay them that through 2026. So there's still a good majority of that lease, or at least half of it left. So it's not something to be discounted because you as the person purchasing that property only get out of it what you can lease it for. And in this case, it's less than $3 million. So that doesn't affect us. We're looking at what the value should be as opposed to what they've driven themselves to, because they've diminished the value of their property just by the existence of the lease that's as low as it is. So.
But that in itself, let me feedback you what I think you just said, is that the actual on the street market price of that is not necessarily what they're leasing it for.
Right. If everything is where it should be, your sales comparison should be relatively close to your income, because we're saying is the properties that are being sold are at this value at $3 million, and the income generated is supporting $3 million. If that's not in line, then what the building's worth and what you could actually buy it for are two different things, because it could be worth $3 million, but you're not going to pay that if it's stuck at $2 million for the income that's being generated. The income is what's driving that, because you give up the right to use that building. You give it to somebody else with a lease. Property is encumbered. Somebody else is using it. So you only have what's left. And as a landlord, that you try to get that number equivalent or in excess of the number that it's worth on a sales comparison. So how does that what does that do for us? I mean, I think all of these are shooting low because that's what they hired them to do, they're tax advisors. I don't see any credentials or signatures on it, so I don't think it's an actual appraisal. I think it's an analysis.
And I think from an appraisal standpoint, as far as comparables, I'm looking at the city of Howell, which is not a comparable, right? I'm looking at backing up to the airport, which is not comparable. The only one that I would really see that is, somewhat comparable is the Lawson Drive. That sold, well, and that's a 2017.
Right.
For $4,250,000.
That's for. Oh, wait a second. I'm looking at the sales comps. Well, I guess if we're looking at the sales comps and you're saying that one's close, that's 142, and we're at what, 104,
140.
And that's back in 17. So
Yes.
I don't see any adjustment being made for market or date of sale. And certainly things have increased in value since 2017.
I would agree.
So, and it's a newer building. That building that they're indicating is 2009 building.
And it has Grand River frontage, right? Is it? No, it's Latson Road.
That's
Yeah.
Latson Road, or Lawson Road, I'm sorry.
Latson.
Latson.
It says Lawson in here.
For PetSmart?
Comparable number 4.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
I'm speaking about the specific property. It's Latson Road frontage, as opposed to backing to an airport or downtown Howell. I don't.
Right.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
in
see you
essence-
being all that far off.
So in essence, you're saying, Chris, that you think that based on what we've looked at and reviewed, consideration of a lease that's in place that already established a value halfway through, that this estimate for assessed valuation and taxable is acceptable.
Yeah, especially if they bought the building for $3 million, 4 years ago. It's their fault that they've got it encumbered by a lease that doesn't support it. And like he said, he was doing this for PetSmart.
Right.
So I don't know, PetSmart's paying the taxes, that's why. It's a net lease, triple net lease. So
Well, I'm
they're
sure-
trying to get the taxes down because PetSmart's the one paying the
They're
taxes.
paying the taxes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you get when you bring someone in from outside of the area too. They don't have geographic competency.
So to make a determination to keep it the same,
What's that?
keep it the same?
I don't see anything that tells us differently. I mean,
Sure.
the one decent comparable that we have that's kind of old, 2007. I mean, it's not too old to use because you can look at what the market conditions were and kind of adjust it. But you'd be adjusting it up and it's already in the same realm as where we are already.
Plus that particular facility had multiple units that for lease. So it's not just one business in there.
Right. Which is very much different. A single
Yeah.
user building is very much different.
Yep. Okay.
So, I have a person that's waiting that doesn't have an appointment, and the only way I could do is admit him so we could figure out what he wants to do. Do you guys mind if I admit him and then maybe I could chat with him?
Yeah, we won't have anything to look at though, right?
Let me see what I could do for you.
Okay. Lester Vincent, is that?
He's connecting the audio, but I'm gonna send him a message.
I guess depending on what he wants, there'd be a delay in you guys hearing his stuff anyway until we get a petition and some evidence. Is that correct, Duffy?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
tell him to please call the office.
Yep. Tell him to call and ask for me, please. We'll get him squared away.
You know what? I'll just, here.
That was our 130.
Okay, it looks like he left. And it looks like he's possibly gonna call, because I told him to call and ask for Jessica.
All
Okay.
right. I will let you guys know if I get anything from him. Okay.
Okay.
Well, then back to the previous one. I guess the bottom line that I was hearing from the group before we sidestepped a second is that this one is as is, leave it alone.
Yeah, I would think so. We have evidence in the sale of this property 5 years ago, that it was worth $3 million. And then we have a subsequent sale that's at $140 some a square foot. That was in 2017. And nothing has really changed to diminish those values. And those are probably the two best values, the sale of the subject property and, another one similar to it that's right in the same area. So what would you think, Duff?
You're on mute,
You're
Duff.
you're muted.
I think you're on the right path.
Okay.
Leave as is?
I
Leave
would.
as is.
Hey. we have to go back to the breakfast barn?
Ron, tell us when you're finished.
Okay, I'm ready.
I don't know. Hey, Duff,
Yep,
I'm just looking forward in the next two. One is DB Development, the other one is Blair Bowman, Living Trust. I have to recuse myself on both of those. So do we need Lindsay to stick around or, because she was planning to leave?
no, it would just be Mary Ann and Ron.
Yeah, still a quorum. Okay.
And actually, Duffy or Jess,
Yes, ma'am.
the only thing that we have two, one of them is at 4236 High Crest. There's just a letter,
What was that address? 4236?
4236.
Yeah, that's the PB development.
Yep,
Yeah, there's two of them on Hillcrest or
That's-
Highcrest. I mean.
They're both for Blair Bowman.
right.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
But neither one of them have, there's nothing attached other than the notice of assessment.
yep, that's all the evidence they submitted to us.
Okay,
Yeah, there was a letter on one of them that said he was, let's see, not looking for an appointment, just saying that we're too high. Is that it? Sounds like clear.
That's everything that was submitted. If you guys would like record cards or sketches or anything, just let me
just-
know. I'd be happy to get them for you.
just a record card. Ron, do you,
Yeah, that would help.
yeah, please.
For both parcels?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's do
You can
it.
leave me out of that, Jess.
Okay, I will.
But
What
I
is,
can't,
what's
can't
the
roll.
second parcel?
4236 High Crest and 4252 High Crest.
Okay, I will be getting them to you momentarily.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so the breakfast barn,
yes.
lots of paper. How much of it is useful?
Well, they put the whole lease in here and
But nothing is really, it's not, there's nothing that's signed in here. Is that for privacy purposes?
no, there should be a signature page all the way at the end of things typically.
There's a signature page way back, Mary Ann. In fact, there's a couple of them. I can't even, they don't have page numbers, so I can't tell you where they are. But There were no.
Oh, I
signed-
see. Okay,
Oh, this is interesting. I've seen,
I
they've
see it
got
now.
different things, different conditions for different states. That's pretty interesting.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think the reason that we've got this Breakfast Barn Holdings in is the same as the Staples. They're showing us what they've got it leased for. So therefore, they're saying that that's what the property's worth, which isn't necessarily incorrect, but we're not looking at it from a lease fee standpoint. We're looking at it from an assessment standpoint. So true cash value is market value and not lease fee value. It's a fee simple. Is that accurate, Laura?
Yeah,
I'm told. Go ahead, Don.
Duff? Yeah,
It
that's
is.
accurate. I mean, we're
We're looking
basically
at
looking for the fee. Okay. So I don't see any, I mean, when was the last time that one sold? That we had a sale on that one too, didn't we?
Well, the last sales record that he shows in the evidence he gave us was back in 17, and it was almost 1.2 million.
And we're at 1.5 million now, right? Or
correct.
more?
Yep.
Right, or thereabouts.
I think this falls under the same guidelines as the last one.
Yeah. I mean, the market value is different than what their leases are, but we're not underwriting it. We're looking for market value.
Yep.
All right, so that takes us to the two for Blair.
Okay, so we're gonna wait, let the disposition on the Breakfast Barn is leave it alone?
That's what I
Yes.
vote for.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to double check before I fill in the blanks.
I'm going to take my call. I'll jump on if there's
Marianne and Ron, let me know if you want any more information for those two Blair Bowman properties.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay.
Whenever Ron's ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Why don't we do the 4236 High Crest first?
Okay, gotcha.
Have you looked at the field card?
I have.
Okay, so the property hasn't changed hands. There hasn't been any improvements.
Now, this is another one of ours where the value of is in the land, not in the building. And the picture would reflect that. It's very small, 800 square feet.
Yep, but it's on the water.
Yeah, it should have been one of those old lakefront cottages.
Yes.
probably. Um, built in 1920. Okay, so it's got a few years on it.
And so in what? In 2015, this was purchased for 225.
Now, he's been in to see us the last 2 years in a row, and we've rejected it both times, apparently. Again, the value is in the land, not in the building.
Correct. And I don't have an issue with the value of the assessed valuation or the taxable. I think that they're reflective of the market.
Yeah, I guess I am too, because I look at what we've done for 2 years in a row, and we basically said the building isn't going up by that much. The building's going up trivially. A building that age would be a tear down and rebuild more than likely, Marianne, right?
All day long.
Huh? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm inclined to say leave it.
Okay, we have two for keeping it as is.
And that's all we get because the other guy bailed out on us.
So the next one, oh, let me know when you're done, Ron.
I'm okay. I'll fill these in after we finish up here. I've just got the action marked and the petition number. Okay, the next one, 209, is petition 10. And
Are you guys finished up with Blair's stuff?
No, we have one more.
Okay.
So I think we made a market adjustment on this last year.
no,
Is that right?
the year before. 2020, we left it. On the card, it says in 2020, we kept it as is. 2019, we changed it.
So the assessed valuation on this, we're saying is $1,620,000. The land value you're giving of almost 300, right?
Yeah, it says, yeah. 296 is what they've got for that.
So I would actually think that that land value would be a little bit more than that.
Well, it's got two pieces to it. It's got lakefront and then surplus lakefront. What's surplus lakefront?
What I do for the lakes is you take the average amount of everybody's lakefront and get a lakefront value, lakefront length. And I multiply that by what price per front foot. And then if they have more than that, it's like a surplus. They don't need that to do what they have to do to live on it.
Okay, so it is still lakefront, but it's kind of a bonus room.
Correct. In a
Okay.
sense.
Does that change your thinking on that, Marianne?
No. I still think it's based on activity. I think it's modest in its price point, but so looking at the square footage of the house,
Yeah, it's a big house, 4,000 square feet.
yeah.
Do you guys have pictures there of the lakeside and the front side?
No, just the front side.
I'll print out some more pictures for you.
So that's like at up $405 a square foot. Which I know that, houses over on the water over there are selling, on the high end, they're selling $320 to $350 a square foot.
I have it at $385 a square foot.
Do you?
Mhm.
You didn't do a sales study on these, right? No, because it was a mail-in.
Probably not.
No, there's no sales study attached to those.
When you're looking at what's going on over there and all the new construction that's over there, everything over there is significant in terms of size. I would think that this is probably on the higher square footage of what our houses are being built over there, between 2,800 or 28 and 3,200 square feet. This one also has an infinity pool. This one also has a little tiki bar at the water's edge. I'm going to say at least $1.5 million all day long. Where were we at last year? Yeah.
Yeah, last year we were just right at that. We're right at a.
We were at $1,555,000. Yeah. So it's
taking it up to $1,620,000.
Yep. And I could see where that, I think that's an accurate reflection of what's happening in our marketplace on the water.
Well, given the size of the increase between last year and this year, I mean, physically on the sheet that I'm looking at, that does not look like an outrageous jump. Building went up by 22, which is 5 or 6%.
The whole thing went up 4.16%.
Okay.
And that would be relative to the market.
Yeah, I guess, Mary Ann, as far as I'm concerned, this one looks like it's where it should be.
Right. Okey doke.
Okay. Okay.
So we have no other appointments now until 5?
Not until tomorrow now.
So we
Yep.
can,
And
we
I did
can-
not hear from the gentleman who had come into the meeting. I have not heard from him, but if I do, I will let you know. Try to
Okay.
work him in tonight.
We've got 2 that are still letters that were sent in, correct?
Which ones?
Oh, wait a second.
We just did 2.
Yeah, this is, well, those 2, and then we had Natura and Glenway. We already did those, didn't we?
we did those. Yeah, I think we finished all of them, right? Do you have,
And I need to catch up with the computer on these last 2, and then I'm clean.
okay, then we can get
Do
together
we-
to sign?
We
And
can
we need
always,
to do hardships
we can always
work
do,
for property.
we got 3 properties and a bunch of disabled that we can do next. Whichever order you would like to take them in.
And then why don't we take and get everything like that done, and then we could just individually walk over to the big room over there and sign them, I guess.
So we want to go through the property now? Is that right?
I need a break first before we go into any more deep stuff.
All right, break.
Okay.
It's 2:06. How about 2:15?
Okay. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris, are you available?
I'll go walk over Ron and.
That's all
get his
right.
attention for it.
Mary Ann could probably answer. I've got a number here I missed and I just need to see what the numbers were when we finished up. Mary Ann, coming in too.
All right.
Or you can, maybe you can tell what we did on Chaika.
I'm not sure. I will grab her.
Okay,
She's, looks like she's having a conversation right now. Hold,
Okay.
please.
hi there. I'm on Chaika's. I missed a couple of numbers, so I'm not sure what I've got. On his, did we take him to this number?
Let me go get my docs. Let me look at them.
That was number 8, Mary Ann.
You have your volume on too. I don't know if you want to put the volume up or not, but this was what we brought it down to. So it's
567,
divided by,
374.
divided by 2.
Okay.
It just sounded like. Yeah.
Come on, talk to me.
I had a feeling.
Since my hands are so chapped and crap, it doesn't recognize my fingerprint anymore. All right, give me a number.
567 374.
283, 687. That's what I put in there. That's
Yeah,
good.
you got
Okay,
it.
did get the number. All right.
283 what?
Sorry,
283 what?
283, 687.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Yeah, my hands are so dry from all the washing and the cold weather.
Yeah.
My fingerprint doesn't work.
Oh, you have to do your face
Yeah,
without a mask.
that's the next one. Thank you.
All right, what are we up to?
We are waiting to get restarted, I guess. You want to do the poverties? There's 3 of them.
Sure. Go ahead,
What do
Ron.
you, what do you guys have on those? Do you have any
Nothing.
documentation?
No,
How do we
no,
want to?
the only documentation was the stuff that Jess gave you this morning, Ron.
Okay, so do you want to get somewhere and put our masks on and talk real quick? All three of them are within limit.
Okay,
The spreadsheets on all three of them work out, so it's just a matter of rationale for what I did, to how I did it. And because they all three pass. I mean, the spreadsheet eliminates any of those that go over the limit. And all three of them are under the limit. The only one I had trouble with sort of was with Donna Damon's, and hers, she was really, really close. So I took one of her numbers that was an outstanding cost that she didn't actually pay the outlay, but it was her cost against her. And so I used that, and with that, she comes under the limit. It was for a doctor bill, I believe. Hang on a second.
so it was a doctor bill that was paid some other way? Is that what you're
No.
saying?
She's paying it off.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I'm
my
sorry, it's a
my
dental.
suggestion, guys, is to just pass the paperwork around amongst yourselves after you've made a decision, and then somebody can go and look at it and somebody else can look at it. That way you don't have copies of everything floating around.
Yeah, and I've got the cover
That
sheet of
suffices.
all three of them, so you guys can look at it, see what I did. A couple of them don't even breathe hard. That Donna came on close, and by picking up that dental bill, she comes under the limit. That's the only correction I really had to make. You're muted, Marianne. Marianne, you're muted.
So
There
are
you
there
go.
3 total or 4?
There's 3 total.
Okay, so if Chris and I come and get one each, one of us can get one can get 2, and then we can change those and look at them.
I've been through them, so you guys can have whatever you want, and then we'll go from there.
Okay,
I mean, now, I'll need them all back because I have to put the information in the system, which I haven't done yet,
right.
but that's fine. We can do it that way.
So we will come and get them and look at them.
All right?
I'll go grab them from Ron and bring them to you guys. Is that okay?
Thank you, Jess. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, that'll work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Why don't you give me one and then you can give Chris 2. Thank you.
Did you sign these already, Ron?
I have not.
All right, so if I agree with this, that's on the back of the page where we indicate tentative taxable value, and we take it from whatever the value is to 0. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right.
Sign those two.
Is this the one that we're doing?
Flip it over. And then you got this
Okay.
tentative that's going to 0, so you sign that.
Isn't there another one more place up here?
Oh, then I missed it. Where else do we go? Oh, up here.
Yeah, the second place. This
So we're
one, yeah.
going, this right here, right? Checking that.
It's backwards, right? Vote, record a vote. I'm trying to remember if it is yes or no.
If
We haven't
you,
been doing this all the time.
It's, you hit a yes and then you initial it, I think.
right,
Is that
yes.
yes? Okay,
Okay, so you have to do that up here too. Yes. Initial, we have to say assess value change from yes. Okay, so that one's done. Except for, oh, this one you get a sign.
so here's the one that I did.
So all we gotta do is give these to Ron and have him sign them.
Yeah.
These are both signed, right?
No, I've got one more in there to sign. I signed this one, so I need to sign this one.
So where is this?
The magic number that
This is
keeps
the one that I
popping
just
up.
took off of that one, right? Yes.
Yeah,
Same person number.
okay,
Okay, I'll make sure these are signed by both of us. Then I'll give them to Ron.
okay.
Get that one signed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Here's your pen. All we gotta do is initial. Here,
Okay.
and we're all set.
Okay, thank you.
How do you like working it this way?
Um,
Not as bad as probably we thought.
no, I think, I think the probably was just more anxious about making sure it was gonna work okay, and more anxiety about that, but they've done a
Making sure our
great job.
constituents
I'm stuck.
Okay, guys, we've got a folder full of disabled vets. We have no decision power on those, they either pass or they fail. If they've got this paperwork in, they pass.
Right.
Basically, we have to sign these things and then I can key them in at any time, when we're not busy with a taxpayer.
Okay.
So if you want to, we
Right,
don't
you
have,
want to have someone come around to each room and with them and we'll sign them?
that's fine. I'll be the last one. That way I can start putting them in when they come back to me.
Okay.
Okay.
And
That's all right.
I've already vetted all of these because there's certain criterias that they have to meet.
Right. So all we have to do on these stuff is sign them, approve them. And if I understand right, on the back where it's from whatever it is, it goes to 0 in both places.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll pass them around for you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so like I say, bring them to me last and then I'll take care of getting them into the system and assigning them numbers at that point.
Okay.
So I'll hold this and you can start the process. There you go. Yeah, and all we have to do is just sign them, say they go from 0, they go from whatever to 0.
We already took care of that.
Yeah. And then when they come back to me, then I'll key them into the system.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
here if you guys need anything from me. I'm just turning my video off.
Okay.
Is that because you're trying so hard or what?
No, I got other stuff to do. I'm gonna do it.
Laura, are you gonna want to pick up all these packages from us before 5 o'clock or?
You're saying what you guys have signed and what your decisions have been made?
No,
Yeah.
all the, because we each have our own packages. So I know that you guys have to, for privacy purposes, you have to keep all of those. Is that right?
Yep, I'll take everything that you guys have at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, do we have to get together as a team to sign the master copy, so to speak?
Yep, everybody will have to sign
Okay,
each
Yeah,
4035. Yep,
I haven't signed any of them yet, assuming that that was the case.
yes, yep, and there should, as long as you get all the disabled veterans done today, the only thing you guys will have to do is the appointments that are scheduled. Then your afternoon, your first part of the day is pretty full. You have
Okay.
about 10 appointments,
Okay,
so.
we have, what's the evening look like?
The evening, as it sits right now, we have one appointment after
Oh.
supper. I think it's about 6:20, but I've been adding appointments all day today, so that could probably change.
So could we sign the ones that we've done today after we sign the veterans?
Yeah, I don't see why not. If you guys
Okay.
are good with your decision and you've come to an agreement. Yeah.
All right. Does that sound good, Chairman?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Is in reference to I think there was 10 total that we've done. After we sign the veterans, we can sign all the other ones that we made decisions on today?
Yep,
Okay,
yep, I'm signing the veterans right now.
okay.
No, Miss Lee, watch this.
Because we've already signed the poverty one, so that's the only ones we have are the other ones.
Watch the flag behind you, okay?
What's
You're
that?
frozen. You're frozen.
Yeah, but boy, what a great expression he had when he was frozen.
Yeah, he still is frozen.
Ah, he's moving now.
Not on my computer.
You wish I was frozen and wasn't talking. One thing I thought of with all these papers, try not to wet your lips or wet your fingers with your lips. Try to abstain, get a cup of water or something. Or use some hand sanitizer first.
Did I do something to offend him?
No, he's just saying.
Oh, touching? Yeah, thank you. Ooh.
Quite a number of these.
Sorry?
So there's quite a number of these.
Yeah. I have some in my coat pocket. Thank you. That's fine.
Ron, have you started signing the other ones that we went through?
No, I have not, because I don't have all of them. Duffy picked up a whole bunch of them earlier this morning.
Okay.
I only have like the poverties in the last two or three.
Okay, who wants them next?
I'll take them last,
Mary Ann?
Yep.
Yeah. because then I can start keying them in.
Thank you.
You betcha.
Okay, Ron, I'm coming over to you.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm back.
We decide on those 10 that we approved this morning or that we finished up this morning?
I think,
You're on mute, Mary Ann.
Ron said that, I think that Duffy had gathered them. Is that correct, Ron?
At least part of them, yes.
Okay,
I still have a couple of them sitting in here.
So it's Duffy's fault.
I grabbed some of Ron's from this morning.
I have them if you would like them.
I just sign them up.
Say Marianne should have the ones that have the signatures. She's the one who's initiating all those.
oh, I don't have any of them.
The petitions?
No, I don't have any of them.
Okay.
Oh, I have the copies. I have my own copies. But
Mhm.
Ron had written in the taxable values and the SEVs and put the code number down on all of them when he was inputting them into the system.
Okay. Just as long as we have one that has all the
Yes.
information on it with all the signatures.
Yep.
Mhm.
So we still need to sign them all.
Correct.
We should have permits on that, because that's new enough. I said, oh. For Blackboard.
So you were looking for, I think I spoke to your friend for that year. So he said. I think I spoke to him. You have, sounds like the upstairs. come down with something like this. And you're looking at putting them in here. You want to come down here, yeah. Yep. Which I told almost.
Duffy,
You just need to submit
can you mute Mary Ann's screen, please?
this over.
Thank you.
How you doing, Ron?
Hanging in there.
you entering all of the ones that we've already looked at?
Yep.
Okay, so when you're done with those.
These are, I mean, these are the veterans ones. That's all I'm doing right now. That's,
Okay,
everything else is
what
in.
about the other ones?
Everything else is in.
Yeah, but I haven't signed it.
But I don't have the Duffy or one of those has got.
They got all of
There's a
them?
handful of them here that you can take to them.
Okay.
These are all done. They're all
Okay,
in the
you sign
system.
them?
I haven't signed them. I can sign them if you
How
want.
about you sign them up and then I'll grab them?
Well, let me get through this.
Okay.
Just take them down to Duffy's. I'll come down to her office and sign them.
Okay.
Because I'm almost through with these little Hummers. Damn, we had a lot of these this year.
Yeah, there were. That's good. I hope it helps.
I guess.
How are we doing on petitions, guys?
Almost done.
Okay.
Well, I'm almost done getting them keyed in on the veterans ones.
Okay. Where are we on the ones that we did this morning? Because if you guys have signed everything and your decisions have been made. No, Marianne's shaking her head no.
No, Duffy has them. She was going through them because we need to make sure we have a front and a back for each one of them so that the written portion is on the front and then we all sign the back side. So she was getting those together to confirm.
Okay. Where those are all the ones from this morning?
She has 10 of them.
Okay. All right. Because once we have those, we can start keying them in on our end.
Okay.
It looks like Duffy's missing numbers 1 through 5. So whoever has those, I'm gonna come pick them up from you. Maybe Ron still has them because he's keying them in,
Oh.
which is
No.
okay.
Yeah, no, I don't have, the only ones I've got here are the 3 properties and the veterans.
Okay, we'll find them. One of you guys has to have them.
I have that.
Yeah, I was just looking, there's another condo that came up in that complex with the walls cut down like step one. I think that there's gonna be a flood of them.
Oh, probably because they were rented before.
Yep.
IP and Berlin.
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
now.
yeah,
So yeah, you have to come over and
yeah,
have to tell me what he wants. I'll try and emulate it.
yeah,
See what he thinks.
yeah.
Because it's fun. Just having fun. It's my COVID.
Good,
you know,
good, yeah.
But my partner wants to move on me. Steph.
Oh,
Okay, Ron, I'm gonna do this over. I'm gonna go over this with you. If you can look at your minutes. So petition number 2,
Yep.
Ron, was changed from what to what?
Um, 217.5.
Hey, Ron, you gotta unmute yourself.
But if he does that, we'll have to listen to him.
Okay, yeah, I show we went from 255 to 217.5.
Okay, so it's not changing the taxable value.
That's correct.
To 217.
217.5.
What was the reason? Market?
Market.
I think that's market, yeah. Yep, that's market.
Okay. So now let's go to petition number 3.
Okay,
That was 272,085.
is the new number.
Is that
Right.
correct? Is that what you had, Ron?
Yes,
27.
Yes,
272,085.
From the 284.2.
Yes.
correct.
That's also gonna change the taxable.
That's correct.
I think we got that number from Laura. She had changed some things in the depreciation and other things. That was the one, was that the one with the sunroom that had the hot tub in it?
Yep.
That was changed as well.
Market adjustment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, petition number.
Wait a minute, that was petition number 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason on petition number 3 was building value adjustment. Because we made the change for that sunroom type thing on the back. So it's a number 30, it's a 30 building value adjustment.
Okay.
And that's the only one of those that we did today. Any of the other changes that we made were all market adjustment.
Okay. Now petition number 4.
Okay,
What'd you do?
went from 290 to 249,950. And that also changed the taxable.
$290,600 to what?
Oh, I didn't have the 600. 290, 600 to 249,950.
What was that reason?
Market value. Market adjustment, sorry. Whatever the book says. For a 102,
102.
yeah.
Okay, petition number 5.
Gotcha.
200.
Right,
So from 210, 100 to 200.
Yes.
correct.
market adjustment?
Yes.
Yes.
Petition number 6.
283, 687.
Now that one I have shown on the record as market adjustment, but I know that we arrived at that number from some stuff that Laura did. So I can change the number of it because it's a modification to the property itself, but I think it was a classification change. How do you
So,
want?
so it's going from 302,800 to what?
283, 687.
283,687.
Yep.
It's a market adjustment.
Well, Laura made a change of some kind to give us that number, so it can be either market adjustment or it can be building change. What do we think as a team, folks?
I thought it was a market adjustment.
That's what
Okay.
I'm putting down.
Okay, that's fine. That's what's in the record right now.
All right, petition number 7.
Okay,
What's the address on that?
That's Bob Evans.
that's the Bob Evans thing on
Oh,
Grand
that
River.
was this,
We just
that
left
was the
it.
same.
No action.
Okay.
And 8 was Stables, right?
Is PetSmart.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. We didn't do anything on that.
There
one
was
either.
no change with that.
No.
Right.
And then petition number 9.
And is
Um,
that 4236 High Crest?
Yes,
Yes.
That's stayed the same.
properly assessed 20.
Hey, Duff,
Yeah,
on those last two, how do I abstain? Or
you just don't sign off on the document. And then the last one. Number 10.
Number 10,
Stayed the same.
stayed the same. Same reason.
All you guys have to do now is initial each petition. Chris, you just don't initial the last one
last two?
or
Last
last 2.
Are they all in your office?
Yes,
Okay, do you want us to come in and each sign?
that's fine.
Okay,
This-
All right, go ahead first, Mary Ann.
Don't rush.
Hey, Duff,
Yes,
just put all this in recycling?
yes. Yeah, that first one, everybody's has, you signed, but not. Yes. And you got an initial. Yep.
and Duffy, when I come in, I'll bring in the 3 properties and they're all signed.
You guys already signed them?
Right,
Okay,
I'll just bring them in when I come in.
okay. Who's next? Chris?
Did Ron go in?
Yep.
Oh, what, you want to do it like?
Ron, you're next.
Okay, on my way.
wanted to show you something because I'm staring at this map right in front of me. It's only- Oops. So, here's Chilson,
Mm-hmm,
here's Nixon, Latson Road right here.
mm-hmm.
Here's Crooked Lake. This entire, other than this is the only piece that's rural residential. This whole section. And this whole section.
Oh, see, yeah.
Yep.
Where's that property at on this? On
Not
Chelsea,
here. Yeah, it's here.
that piece right there. Yeah. Yeah. So they were trying to get this piece right here. It's in the
And
corner.
these. This one. And
Oh, on the railroad track.
yeah, the same person. And I know there's a house. I can't remember if it's here or here. But one person that owns this. Excuse me. This. And this.
Huh. It could still happen. They could push for it anyhow. The biggest thing is there's just no infrastructure and there's no plan for infrastructure. So how do you know, See, the clock on the wall says 5 o'clock. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Ron has made such a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Hi,
Hi.
see you tomorrow.
Okay.